All right, hope everyone is in now. Those upstairs still having breakfast, could you please call them down? Tell them we're about to start. So again, I want to welcome everyone back.
Move online.
It is Converge 2024, and we're looking at climate change in Nigeria, enhancing coordinated action. So before we went on that break, I told you that we went on the streets to ask Nigerians what their perceptions are about climate change in Nigeria. And we got a few people talking about their perceptions and what the government should be doing to tackle issues of climate change. So we're going to bring you that recording that will be projected on the screen, and immediately after that, we'll go into the presentation of the climate change poll report. Like I said, we conducted a poll on climate change, and we're going to be bringing you the report of that right after the street poll review. So the street poll, are we ready? All right. Yes, to back up my understanding, but I would say it is natural. It has something to do with the timings, dispensations. You know, probably a global shift in the is it the orbit or the revolution or whatever we call it. Talking about climate changes, to me, it's simply a change in the climatic condition that the weather change. Is the weather talking about climate changes, to me, it's simply a change in the climatic condition that the weather change is shifting, rather the way we feel the coldness or the hotness of the weather nowadays.
Climate change, we can say it's a change in the general weather condition of the developer in the over a period of time. Climate change, changing.
It's funny for anybody to think climate change is not real, because obviously, I cite an example, I've been on a plateau, that talk about statistics. 10, 20 years ago, the weather used to be very cold. If you had been on the plateau back then, and you're there now, you will know and understand, and you will agree with me that of fact, the weather has really changed.
Of course, of course. The way the atmosphere, the seasonal weather, the way it's been since we were kids have started changing, yeah. Yeah, why not?
Basically, one of the science students, everybody is there, yes. I do not have the scientific facts or depth to back up my understanding, but I would say it is natural. It has something to do with the timings in differentiations. You know, probably a global shift in the is it the orbit or the revolution or whatever we call it.
What the world tells us causes climate change might not be what's causing climate change. The public opinion and what science has pushed out of us is that the carbon monoxide in the society causes climate change, the fossil fuel and stuff like that from the refineries. But personally, I think it has to do with the fission reactors. These the developed countries are using. Yeah, the more they bombard atoms, the more we lose the ozone layer. So that's what I think though. But generally, let's just say it's the CO2 emitted by so many the vehicles and so many other machineries. Yeah.
Number one, I think we humans, we have a part to play in it also. There are things we do that can affect climate change. So even the pollution and nature too.
If the weather is very hot, the weather is very hot. We naturally, when we talk about the weather, we talk about the wind, we talk about water, we talk about the earth, that is land. So for the wind, the rate at which it blows, or probably drier, or you understand, very windy or sandy, the extent of it actually affects you. You talk about the heat season again, at that time, it's neither windy or wet. So at that time, the weather is really humid, uncomfortably hot. Now you're sweating more frequently. No matter how much water you take, you tend to thirst faster because the weather is hotter.
Everything. The more global warming increases, the water level increases, you lose land. You can't afford to buy a house or a land in Banana Island because you're afraid of flooding. Our dams, if not properly taken care of, the water can overflow it and
Right. I mean, Nigeria, I adapt to any weather, so I don't think anyone will affect me.
So that's All right, so that's a brief street poll that we did to find out the perception of Nigerians about climate change. And we can see how people really do not have an idea what it is, or they actually think it's something it is not. So I think it's maybe down at the end of the presentation that Dr. Chike will be making today. We'll see what the recommendations of Nigerians are as regards what we should be doing to get people informed about what climate change is. Earlier this morning on Love FM, we had our researchers, Professor Akinbobola, we had Mr. Mukang and Professor Grace at Love FM, and they were talking about issues around climate change and also the need for advocacy, because it's one thing for us to come here and have talk shops, and it's another thing for us to talk about it at the level where people get to understand how it affects them. When we say climate change, sometimes it looks like rocket science in some people's head. However, it's something that happens every single day. Like I said when I started, when we look at the Maiduguri case, I mean, it's a case in study at the moment. The flooding, it's unprecedented. And we've seen that across various places in Nigeria. We have seen that NIMET has also issued a warning that there are going to be a lot of this kind of floodings. And this is just flood. This is not, we haven't even started talking about deforestation. We have not talked about, the issues that are causing all of the farmer header crisis that we see. And we have the farmers not being able to, when the crops start failing, we have issues of the headers not being able to find pastures for their cattle and all of that. So these are all issues that we're dealing with. If you go to the Far East, we'll be dealing with issues of erosion and all of that. So one way or another, whether we realize it or not, we are dealing with issues of climate change. When we have unprecedented rains or rains that do not stop, and when the rains fall all through December and fall on Christmas Day, something is actually very wrong. So these are all the issues we're going to be looking at today. What are we doing to deal with this issue? There must be coordinated action. It can't be just a one-sided thing. Let's do it as regards health, or let's do it. It has to be coordinated across all sectors and see what we can do about it. So we're going to be having that conversation today. But right before we get to that point, we're going to have a public presentation of our core findings. It is on climate change. It's actually a very extensive report, and I would like all of us to listen in. I'm sure it's going to be quite informative for everyone who is here. I'm sure there are a lot of experts here. I want to believe that the report of this finding will help you one way or another in whatever steps you do, especially with research, with making decisions for the policymakers. It will guide you with making policies moving forward. So we'll call on Dr. Chike Wambu. He is the CEO, NOIPolls, to do a presentation on the climate poll report that was just released. Let's not have the
Okay. Good morning once again. I'm here to present the poll that we did in July, asking or seeking perceptions and opinions around climate change in the country. And before I comment, I'd like to really make a couple of points. Perceptions are really important. While they might not be facts, as in they might not be the accurate measure of what is going on, perception really matters a lot, because that's what really determines whether people are going to adopt whatever policy, welcome whatever changes, do whatever it is that you're asking them to do. Imagine a scenario where everybody believes that vaccines make people sterile. No matter what campaign you do, they're not going to take up that vaccine. It is really important that when we design interventions, when we design programs to tackle any issue, that we find out what people's opinions about that is, find out what their perception is, so that in your communication and your messaging to them, you factor in these things to tackle whatever conviction that they have around that. So, before we continue, just to remind us who we are and why we're here. NOIPolls is an opinion polling and research organization that was founded in 2006. Again, the NOI, stress NOI is not NOIPolls. NOI stands for Converge, who is the founder of this organization. And our goal is to provide a much needed data and information on perceptions, attitudes, and preferences of the Nigerian population. And we do that by using our 50-man polling center, which is right above where we are now. We have a 50-man polling center that are able to call Nigerians and ask them questions on various topics using different Nigerian languages, or rather the language of preference of the respondents. And to reiterate some of the things that Nelly has been speaking about while we kind of start, we do know that climate change is a problem. It has gained momentum in global discussions in recent years, and according to Nigerian Vision 2020, this is due to the potential for climate change to bring about damaging and irrecoverable effects on infrastructure, food production, and water supplies, in addition to precipitating several natural disasters and conflicts. So it makes it a critical challenge that must be responded to for any economy that is seeking sustainable growth in the years. This increasing global concern of climate change is seen because as at the 79th session of the UN General Hunger that is going to happen September 23rd to 27th, where they are also going to be looking at urgent need for enhanced international cooperation to address challenges such as climate change, among other things that are going to be looking at. Again, bringing it back home, we are much aware of the magnitude of the flood that has devastated places in Maiduguri, and the fact that NIMET has also predicted that there's a possible devastation of the environment. NIMET has also predicted that the flood is going to continue. So we are looking at more possible devastations to our environment. So I think it's pertinent for us to now understand where the population is at in terms of our concerns around climate change. For the survey methodology, we conducted these interviews through telephone interviews in the week of the 15th of July 2024, and we had a total sample size of 1,000 polling adults in Nigerians, and this was across the whole country, across the 6 geopolitical zones. Our sample size allows us to be 95% confident of the findings that we have. And just to reiterate again, because that's a question that we normally get, the interviews were conducted in the five major languages that we speak in Nigeria: English, Pidgin, Hausa, Igbo, and Yoruba. And this allows us to make sure that people understand what we're asking them and allow us to get the correct answers that we want. For the demographic distribution, some of these were preset as the time of collecting the sample. So for example, we preset gender to make sure that we have what is representative of the Nigerian demographics. For age group, most of the people that we spoke to were aged between 18 to 35 years. And again, for geopolitical zone, we made sure that we represented the distribution of the geopolitical for the population in Nigeria. Finally, just to give us again an idea of the people that we spoke to. Majority of the people that we spoke to were self-employed traders at 29%. And self-employed traders are people that have one-man business, people that generally They're on their own quite all right, but their business is not big enough to employ others. And then the next set of people, please move at my pace. The next set of people that we spoke to were farmers or agri people, I mean, reflective of the issues that we're trying to address, followed by civil servants as well. Next slide. Again, this is just a chart representing the people that we spoke to. Next. So we asked a total of 20 questions, and we're now going to talk to the questions that we asked and some of the responses that we got. Again, just to preempt us, it's a lot, and this is contained in the book that you're looking at. So when you get back, you can dive more into it. And I'm going to try and speak through this as much as I can so that we'll have enough time to discuss it. All right. So first thing, of course, wanted to be sure that people understand what climate change is, and we are asked, what, in your own words, what do you understand about climate change? And we can see that 23% of people that we spoke to said they don't know. But for those that know, majority said it was change in weather, pattern, or conditions. There were other things that were mentioned, but this was the overall majority did say it was change in weather patterns and conditions. And then we asked, do you believe climate change is real? And this is a question that we feel that we have to put in all our polls, throwing back to when we had the COVID pandemic, where there were issues with not believing whether it is real. On climate change, 98% of people that we spoke to do believe that climate change is real. And that cuts across all the various demographics. So we're in a country where people do understand that climate change is something real and something that is tangible. Do you think Nigeria is currently experiencing climate change? Again, we had an overwhelming response that people that said yes, they think Nigeria is experiencing climate change, and this is the same across all geopolitical zones. And then when we now ask people what they think is the major cause of climate change, it's great to note that while 24% of people said they don't know, I mean, we do have a sizable proportion of people that do understand some of the things that could lead to climate change. Deforestation, industrial activities, bush burning, and natural occurrences are some of the top reasons which give that how we're experiencing that climate change. And then this is where the things do get interesting. So we wanted to kind of try and understand how people feel about the weather patterns in their area. So the question was over the past 5 years, would you say the annual temperature in your local areas have gotten warmer, colder, or stayed about the same? And as we reflect on some of these answers, it will be good for us to also think of our own personal experience of those issues and answer it for ourselves. So we're asking, over the past 5 years, would you say that the annual temperature in your local area has gotten warmer, colder, or stayed the same? You find out that 63% of people said that the temperature has gotten warmer, while 27% said it has gotten colder, 10% said it has stayed about the same. However, when you look at the geopolitical zones, which we know do have different weather patterns, you find out that majority of those that said that it has gotten warmer were in the north, whereas majority of those that said it has gotten colder were more in the south. Again, we can relate to some of these findings as well. Next slide. And then on rain, we asked, in your opinion, over the past 5 years, how has precipitation or rain been in your area? And we wanted to kind of be very, try to tease it out a bit more. So we asked, do you think rain has decreased in a very steady pattern? Or do you think it has increased in a very steady pattern? Or do you think it has just varied year to year more than it normally has done in the past? Or whether it has varied year to year in a usual pattern? The idea of doing it this way is that we know things can increase steadily, or we know things this year was very high, last year was very low. Again, focusing on the geopolitical zones, you see that rain has decreased in a very steady pattern in the north, whereas it has increased in a very steady pattern in the south. And the reason why, I mean, I did personally find this interesting because growing up by August, the rains have all gone, but these days we still have rains that happen in November. So it's really important to kind of understand what is really going on. And then we asked, over the past 5 years, have you experienced any form of flooding that affected your property? And 32% said yes, they have. Not surprisingly, majority of these were in the northeast and in the south. Next slide. Do you think Do you think any adverse changes in the environment will have any effect on your livelihood? 52% said yes, 41% said no. And again, when you look at the geopolitics, across demographics, it's really relatively the same proportion of people. So yes, we do have a proportional, considerate amount of people that believe that adverse changes in the environment will affect their livelihood. Next slide. And then when we wanted to kind of understand some of these adverse changes that people think it will have on their livelihood, the top one was that flooding will destroy farms, lives, and property. That's kind of, so major concern that people do have is more about flood than drought. So it is, interestingly, again, people did mention that negative farm produce and productivity, obvious. Some of these are logical things that we think that can come from these things. Heavy rainfall, flooding, and restriction of movement, and then it can lead to illnesses and other health challenges. I kind of wanted to, when I was looking at this, kind of wanted to point out some interesting findings. Across all the zones, you find out that agricultural effects are the major thing that comes to their mind. So, but it was interesting that in the Southwest, majority of the people, what they called was heavy rainfall and flooding that restricts movement and then leading to illnesses and other health challenges. Again, we've seen pictures from, let's say, maybe Lagos State where there's flooding and you have people that can't move, or you have sewage or things that come out that really affect people. Again, what I'm pointing out to this is that from the polls, you can actually relate with some of the things that people are saying. So these are not responses that they are pulling out from thin air. So we wanted to now focus a bit more on agriculture so that we can find out directly from people what their experience with climate change is. And we asked, do you do any farming at all? And that is grow crops, raise livestock, or poultry at your present location or in your village. Again, we're not looking for people that are big, we're not just talking people that are big scale farmers or people that are into agri as a business, or just generally, because we do have some of us that grow little things within their areas for them to eat. And 61% of people did say yes, that they do some level of farming. The next set of questions are now focusing on those that said yes, they do some level of farming. And then if you are involved in farming, do you grow any crop? Majority of those that said yes, they were involved in some form of agriculture, said yes, they grow crops. 65% of that. Again, when you look at the zones, that's kind of relative. And then do you think that the change in climate change has made an impact on your crop yields? 84% of those that grow crops said yes, they have had a negative impact on their crop yields. And it's important that we kind of highlight this because some months back we did have a briefing on food insecurity. And food insecurity is a persistent problem in Nigeria. I know the government has declared some actions against, to tackle food insecurity. And here we're having farmers reporting that they are having impact on their crop yields from climate change. So for whatever we're trying to do about food insecurity, we do have to identify ways to ameliorate whatever climate change is doing to our crop yields. Do you think change in climate has had any effect on your agriculture? 89% said yes. And then the next question, in your opinion, how has these changes in climate affected your community? So you see that 70% of the people that we spoke to said it has affected their communities negatively. Again, when you look across the geopolitical zones, whereas like the reason why I keep on pointing out this is that it's a common experience across the entire country. Only about 11% are mentioning that they affected their community positively, but majority are pointing out the negative effects of climate change. Next question. Of interest, we wanted to kind of also look at how climate change affects, because most times when people discuss climate change, it seems to focus just on agriculture, aside from all the other effects that happen from climate change. People, as in we do have IDPs, and IDPs don't just come from terrorist attacks, even from flooding that we're experiencing in Borno State now. Have you had to, or do you know someone who has had to relocate, whether for his residence or his farm, because of climate change related issues? And 49% of people said yes. Again, majorly from the north. So we have effects beyond agricultural beyond effect on agriculture from climate change. Next slide. Interestingly, we wanted to also ask people about global warming because sometimes these terms are mixed up together, and it would be great for the experts during the panel to also help us clarify on the differences between climate change and global warming. So when we ask people, in your opinion, what do you understand by global warming? 51% said you don't know, but 32% mentioned change in weather condition, and another 10% added increase in temperature or heat waves. Next slide. And when we did ask, what do you think contributes to global warming? Let's keep in mind the 27% of the people that we spoke to that have no idea, but those that have an idea mentioned industrial pollution, deforestation, natural causes, as well as burning fossil fuels. In terms of concern, how concerned are you about global warming? And 85% of people that we spoke to are concerned. So in everything that we speak to, we are getting positive reinforcement from people that these are issues that we should be talking about. These are issues that we should be putting on the front burner. Next slide. So we wanted to find out people's confidence in the ability of government to address challenges of climate change in their area. And while we have about 41% of people that are confident, we have more people, 46% that are not confident that the government can address the challenges of climate change. The key takeaway of this is it's something that affects us, whether government is doing something about it, whether people are doing something about it. It's something that is happening. So in our conversations, in as much as we will point out a lot of things that government can do, it's also important to point out some of the things that people can do on their own, because we've seen about 46% of people that are not confident that, and we've seen about 46% of people that are not confident that the government can do something about climate change. So it's important that as we are making recommendations, that can be both applicable to government and for individuals. Next slide. So we asked people, what are their recommendations on curbing climate change and global warming? And while 24% of people that we spoke to didn't give us any ideas, we did get very solid recommendations from the people that we spoke to. People mentioned afforestation, that's planting of trees. Government should create laws to regulate pollution, that we should stop unregulated burning of bushes and fossil fuels, reduce environmental and industrial pollution, environmental education, creating awareness, construction of proper drainage systems, and then stop the cutting down of trees. So what this kind of reflects for us is people have an idea what they need to do. So the next question will be, do people have the facilities or resources to be able to do some of these things? So that's some of, it would be great to also hear some of the actions that are being done by experts in the field and see how we can tie that into what people can do on their own. In the booklets that you have, we do have some infographics that helps us put some of these things that are spoken in a pictorial way for us to kind of relate to see what we're saying. Again, key point is actually where do you think that the change in climate has had any effect on agriculture, and then some of the things that can be done. Next slide. Again, this is just another infographic letting us know what people think about climate change. And in conclusion, again, what we're saying is that government and stakeholders must synergize and ensure that they leverage new technology or even the old technology that is available, strategies and approaches. And these are necessary because we need to ensure that climate change does not worsen the multidimensional pressure that is already on the food and environmental systems. We're in a country where we do have significant impact on our food security, and we cannot allow climate change to add to that. Finally, if the government strategies and plans for human and economic development in Nigeria are to achieve needed results, they must include appropriate measures for climate change to manage climate change impact. And I'm also adding that it goes also beyond what the government can do. We also need to think about what people can do in their own home. I know there are some organizations that are trying to start afforestation, planting of trees, and I think that is something that we can start doing. We'll take a quick quick look around, even Abuja where we are, there is a dearth of green areas. Maybe government can encourage people to plant a tree in each house per house or something like that. But we need to come up with things that both government can do and both people can do on their own. Thank you.
Thank you. Please let's put our hands together for Dr. Chikenwa, who is NOIPolls. All right. Now we've seen the poll report, climate change poll report. I would say that the report says a lot about what we're actually dealing with. I mean, if we have an issue of lack of confidence, about 40% thereabouts of Nigerians are not confident in the fact that the government can tackle climate change issues, then I think the government has their work cut out for them. Apparently, a lot of advocacy has to be done for people to believe in whatever it is that the government is doing to tackle climate change issue. It's a global issue, however, and in every country and in every location, I think there are specifics that we need to focus on. So we're hoping that this will be a call to the government to do a lot more advocacy in this regard. All right, and for the people who, we see that a large number of people do not even, probably do not even know that, yes, they agree that there's climate change, but I think to a large extent, people do not even understand what it is really. So we need to talk a lot about it. So at this point, we are going to, like I said, when we started pretty late, so we're going to cut to the chase and run as much as we can. We're going to have a slight break where we're going to take the climate change documentary. Earlier, we had a climate change street tour where we went to the streets and got the perception of Nigerians. So this one is a short documentary, and that will lead us into the presentation of the climate change papers by the researchers. I told you earlier that some researchers came up with papers that have been published today, and they're focused on climate change, and they're going to run us through what their papers are talking about. But just before then, we'll take the climate change documentary, and then we'll go to the paper presentation by the researchers. Aisha, are you ready? Climate change is the greatest of the potential threats to our planet. Greenhouse gas emission from the burning of fossil fuels is to blame. The result is rising global temperature, and the consequence is massive crop and tissue collapse, the disappearance of thousands of species, and the entire community becoming uninhabitable. These outcomes may be avoided still, but climate change is already causing suffering and death. But what do we do about it? The environment to agriculture, animals, and humans, everything is impacted by climate change. As global temperatures climb, widespread shifts in weather systems occur, making events like drought, hurricanes, and floods more intense and more unpredictable. Extreme weather events that may be just once in the lifetime of our grandparents are more common in ours. Raging wildfires and supercharged storms, not just events happening thousands of kilometers away, the effect of climate change can be felt today outside our windows. But what do we understand about climate change? The survey of over 1,000 Nigerian adults finds 83 in 100 Nigerians do not know about it. The others understand climate change to be anything from change in weather patterns to global warming and natural disasters. And for those who understand climate change, 98% of them say yes, and that spreads across gender, age groups, and geopolitical zones across the country. And still, 9 in 10 adults report that Nigeria itself is currently experiencing climate change. In the north of the country, wind erosion sweeps away houses and farms and intensifies the effect of deforestation, drought, overgrazing, and desertification. In the middle belt region of Nigeria, growing erosion and flooding are forcing people to leave their ancestral homes to settle in internally displaced people's camps that scatter across the region. In the southern region, flash and seasonal flooding caused by climate change are real in cities. In August 2011, the populous city of Ibadan witnessed historic flooding caused by an all-time high of 185.5 millimeter rainfall and indiscriminate dumping of solid waste on water channels. This eventually left over 1,000 people dead and destroyed properties worth millions of naira. Every year, rising sea levels in Lagos almost always leads to seasonal flooding in the Lekki, Ikoyi, Ekpe, and some parts of the mainland areas in the state. Its impacts on the country's most populous city are far-reaching. As business owners and residents count their loss, the major roads are not left unaffected, as they are worn in many places. And the poorly constructed ashfalts on the road are stripped to the red earth beneath, while residents seek refuge in designated camps. In 2021, Jigawa, Bauchi, and Adamawa states in the northeast region of Nigeria were also inundated by flood, which evicted over 380 households and left more than 20 people dead. This year, Nigeria's meteorological agency has a forecast of flooding across 24 states. Flooding in the country in 2023 has displaced 1.4 million people, according to the National Emergency Agency. This year, across the country, over 515,794 people have been impacted by the devastating floods, with 205,338 displaced, 170 lives lost, and significant damage to 76,667 houses and over 106,089 hectares of farmlands. Nigerians report witnessing some of the telltale signs of climate change, according to the survey. 63% of respondents report annual temperature in their local areas getting warmer over the past 5 years. With regards to rainfall, it has decreased in local areas for 61% of respondents over the past 5 years, and for 20%, it varies from year to year than it has in the past. The floods forecast by the country's meteorological agency and reported in the news have over the past 5 years affected 32% of the respondents, and 52% of the respondents also say any adverse changes in the environment will have some effect on their livelihood. Their reasons reveal their close connection between climate change and life on Earth. For 25% of the respondents, the reason is that flooding resulting from climate change will destroy farms, lands, and properties. For 21%, it is negative farm produce and productivity. For 13%, it is about heavy rainfall and flooding restricting movement. For 13%, it is about changes causing illness. 9% points to effect on businesses, income, and cost of living. The remaining combined 19% mention food scarcity, personal discomfort, inaccessible roads, and dirty environment. According to the United Nations, Nigeria has the highest rate of deforestation in the world, using 3.7% of its forest every year. It is also home to Africa's largest mangrove forest, but only 6% is protected. Its multiple ecological zones have given rise to a wide range of livelihoods, agricultural practices, and commodities, all of which are affected by climate change and shock. Rising sea levels threaten southern cities such as Lagos and coastal areas, increasing vulnerability to flooding and waterborne disease. Drought and reduced rainfall combined with rising air temperatures inhibit the country's hydropower system and hinder agricultural production and fishing, reducing food security and negatively impacting health and nutrition.
The energy sector, deforestation, and change in land use are the greatest contributors to Nigeria's greenhouse gas emissions, and that is what many Nigerians understand as global warming. For 32% of respondents, it is change in weather conditions and a general increase in temperature for 10%. For others, it is anything from depletion of ozone layer to natural disasters. Yet, 51% of respondents report not knowing anything about it. The news is not looking good. Already, 89% report that climate change has affected agriculture. 84% specifically say climate change has affected their crop yield. 7 in 10 say climate change has negatively affected the community they live in. And 49% have had or know someone who has had to relocate because of climate change-related issues. The unconditional target of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, also known as the Paris Agreement, is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 20% by 2030. And then the conditional target of 47% greenhouse gas emission reduction below 2018 levels, contingent on international support. In 2021, Nigeria updated nationally determined contribution to include reducing emissions from the waste sector for the first time. This covers water resources sector and other nature-based solutions. The National Council on Climate Change, established in 2021 by the Nigerian Climate Change Act, works to mainstream climate change action and achieve low greenhouse gas objectives. Nigeria's National Adaptation Plan Framework 2020 articulates Nigeria's adaptation objectives, principles that guide these adaptation actions, and facilitates the implementation of priority adaptation activities. The Nigeria Energy Transition Plan outlines Nigeria's commitment to carbon neutrality by 2060 across 5 key sectors: power, cooking, oil and gas, transport, and industry. Are Nigerians concerned about global warming? 75% report they are concerned, but only 41% say they are confident in the ability of the government to address challenges of climate change. And how can this be achieved? The largest proportions propose afforestation and creation of laws to regulate pollution. Next is stopping unregulated bush burning and industrial pollution. At a tally of 2% are respondents who favor cleaning up the environment, doing what needs to be done, and praying to God. These are all actions in small pockets around the country. But around the world, getting a grip on climate change is about coordinated action and how to enhance it.
All right. Yeah, all right, thank you, IT. So, okay, so that documentary was put together by the Public Communications Unit of the NOIPolls, and I think that delved a lot into what climate change is. If I still go back to the poll findings that Dr. Chike read through earlier, we'll see that a lot of people, still push it back to praying to God as one of the ways that we can curb this thing. And I think Dr. Chike also reiterated that when we had the COVID poll, that was something that came up a lot. When you ask people, do you think that we have COVID, and they'll tell you, I think that's a Nigerian thing. I don't know whether it's an African thing, but it's a Nigerian thing. But it's something that we need to. That's one of the reasons why we need to do a lot of advocacy, so that people would understand that it's not in the God forbid, it's about taking real actions that will get the issues sorted out. And the recommendations show that a lot of people would want to see creation of relevant laws to guide issues around climate change, and also to look at afforestation. And I was actually surprised to know that Nigeria has the largest rate of deforestation in the world. I don't know the implication of that what that portends for Nigeria, but that's actually scary to know that we have the highest rates, and I know it's in the negative. So maybe at some point, the experts in the house will have to explain what that means for Nigeria to have the largest rate of deforestation in the world. Are we saying that, we should start catching all those people that are cutting down our trees? What are the implications of that, of this for us in the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years? So those are the conversations that we're going to be having today. So at this point, all right, so we're going to move over to a brief presentation of the climate change papers. Like I said, we've got a few researchers from some universities across Nigeria to put together a paper, more like a chapterization, and it's basically around climate change. So we're going to have them come up and do a presentation of their papers and run us through the researches that they made. And we're hoping that at the end of this event, I'm sure everybody has a copy of it. When you look through the reports that you have, you will see that we have the whole presentation that was done by Dr. Chike Wambu at the front of it, and at the back of it, in between it actually, you will get the paper presentation by the researchers in between this, and we're hoping that everybody takes this home and they look at it and they take it back to your organization. We know we have representatives from various organizations here. We have the Ministry of Environment, we have the climate people, we have, at some point I'm going to take time out and recognize the people that we have here. But for now, we're going to delve into the paper presentation by the researchers. We have from Lead City University, that's in Ibadan, we have Professor Grace Ulukoye. I'll just run through her profile. She is an academic with core training in geography, in urban and regional planning. Professor Grace holds a professional chair of urban planning and environmental management at Lead City University, Ibadan, where she serves as a pioneer dean for the Faculty of Environmental Design and Management. She has some special training including global environmental change and urban health from India, and environmental change and vulnerability of water resources from Netherlands. Her research work focuses on water issues within environmental system, looking at urban water services, climate adaptation, environmental resources, stewardship, and gender and social inclusion. She's presently one of the co-principal investigators in one of the climate adaptation and resilience projects funded by the International Development Research Centre and the UK Foreign Commonwealth Developmental Office. She is a recipient of the prestigious African Climate Change Fellowship. She is the founder of Water for Life Support Foundation, an NGO with advocacy, research, and community actions for improved access to water in a changing world. You're welcome. So we have Patrick first.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. The CEO and all the members, the working groups in the NOIPolls. Thank you for this opportunity. Before I take my presentation, let me request that all of us will stand. If you are below 70, so please stand. So you will try and touch your toe, one of your toes. Just try. Just try. So do that 3 times. Good. Good. Thank you. Obviously. Now just try to obey what I'm doing. So that if you sit for at least an hour, stand up, stretch yourself, do something, especially if you are above 40. And now try to look at the age which we are within that. So thank you for obeying me. All right. We have listened to so many conversations this morning about what climate change is, what are the impacts, what are the go on the streets, what are they saying? This presentation will need to take us at another angle. We are aware that there are groups of people that are vulnerable to climate change impacts or climate change risk. However, we are yet to be focusing on the need experiences of the people on the margins, people that are already marginalized from economic discussion, political discussion, and even social interventions. And that is the angle at which I'm coming with this presentation. Whosoever is at the console, we will need to work fast along with me. So this is just the outline of what I'll be looking at. We will try to look at the realities of our planet vis-a-vis climate change. I will do a conceptualization of what I mean by the people on the margin, vulnerability, and the linked experiences of people. Perspectives of Nigerians, we will identify the gaps. We will see how do we bridge the gap, and then I will conclude. Climate change is one of the risks that have been identified by the United Nations, and it is the critical one for our time. And whether you believe it or not, if you have been following the CNN in the last 5 days, you will see what is going on in the Western Europe. And if you have not been following that, at least on NTA, on Arise TV, or Channels TV, you'll see what is going on in Borno State. There are two drivers of climate change, the natural and the man-made. The natural is the one that is coming because of the way the nature has designed it. But the man-made is the one that you and I we are contributing, either by the way we are burning the fossil fuel, our agricultural practices, our land usage practices, and so on and so forth. So we are emitting gases that are already warming the heart. And the amount of the coverage that we have to secure us from the heat of the solar system is no more there. As of this month, it was reported that the warmest summer in history is August 2024, in the history of human. And that the crisis that we had between November 2023 and March 2024 was recorded as the extreme heat period for those of us in West Africa. And it was so amazing that up to March, April, in Lagos, in Ibadan, we were still having that serious heat. The flooding we are having, just about the flooding, but more of the frequency, the severity, and the uncertainties around it. We are also having droughts, and this time is with extreme dryness, with impact on agriculture and all that we have listened to before now. Again, the climate change risk is coming to us in a world that has already been defined as a VUCA world. It is VUCA because we are living with a lot of volatile occurrences: war, territory invasion, insurgency. We are living in the time that we don't even know what is going to happen tomorrow. So uncertain. Again, we are living in a time that we are dealing with complex situations. Something will happen here today, and before you know it, it will go to affect the whole world. You remember the Russia and Ukraine war? Just a month after it started, what happened to wheat all over the world? The price of wheat jumped up. And it was then that it occurred to all of us that so the wheat, the whole world was hitting, more than 70% of it were coming from that region. So you can see the complex of one issue. Also, the situation around us now is very ambiguous. As we're even trying to solve one, we're creating another one. it seems we are not familiar with what is happening to us. With a lot of scientific modelings, simulations, it seems as if we still don't know. And look at this, just this September 2024. The report we have from NEMA is giving to us that 29 states are already affected in one way or the other by the flooding. And about 800,000 people have been impacted, 30 deaths. In Maiduguri alone, 70% of the residents are already displaced. And you know what that means. They will be likely what becomes of their children and their wives. Some other social vices will continue to take place. More than 500,000 acres of cropland is gone. There is collapse of infrastructure. Our bridges are gone, and so on and so forth. So this is just an imagery from Maiduguri when it happened last week. And you can see that the whole city is submerged. You can see now they will be pouring water from their house outside. I don't know what energy a woman will use at the bucket just to be scoping the water out. An Okada rider, you can see them. Their business has been affected. In Nigeria, where we have unrepresented people that the data will not even be captured, you were told 30 people died. But you and I, we know that they are likely to be more than that. Right? This is from Europe. And just 3 days ago, Germany, Vienna, submerged like this. So it is a global phenomenon. It's not about Nigeria. It's happening all over. You remember early this year, UAE had our own portion of the cake. And that's a country that have done fantastically in terms of managing their water resources, especially for tourism. So it's a global issue. I'm supposed to show us the video, but let's move on because we have seen so many videos. So why are we not looking at the vulnerability in the group? The vulnerability is all about how people can easily be negatively influenced or be harmed by whatever is happening today. The negative influence because they are already marginalized. And what do I mean by being marginalized? They are disempowered. They are not part of the discussion. And in my local dialect, at a far Olori, Dr. Chike, who will interpret for you now? You know, when you go to Bible salon, you have to go with your head. But when you are now babbling, and the owner of the head is not there. So that's what we do most of the time in Nigeria. The people that are actually impacted are not there. So we bow the head behind the owner of the head. And again, they are not capturing their life experiences. Look at this now. Immigrants, the low-income earners, the mentally ill, the disabled, refugee, senior citizen, homeless, children. Who's asking for their money? Nobody. And that is a great concern. These people are marginalized or stigmatized based on their social, economic, political, and cultural traits or affiliation. They are poor. And you know, again, when money is discussed, if you are poor, you don't have an idea. We are already in a test society. But even our land use, I'm talking as a town planner, but our land use, we know where the rich live. We know where the poor live. So if you are from Lagos, our urban slums are actually for the poor. And somehow, they've already stigmatized them. Let them go and enjoy whatever they have, or endure it as the case may be. There's all manner of homophobia or Ijebuphobia, or Ijeshaphobia. Even when we are together, we are not secure. You are not sure whether this person is for you or against you. Gender is also there, male, female. In Nigeria, we are yet to have the challenge of the LGBT, but in some other parts of the world, they are already fighting now. So when you have restroom, you have male, female, then you have another one for those that the publicity and the risky. Right. Then we have the disability. People that cannot see, people that have challenges walking. So when there is flooding, the able men are running. So somebody on wheelchair, what will he or she do? It's there. It's happening all over the world. Something happened in a place, and they said, 3 people died, and one aboki. So I dragged the person. I said, aboki not a woman. He said, but you see, I said, no. Actually, we have just said 1 aboki and 3 other persons. He said, okay. So I was asking myself that, so that aboki will be woman, or what? And you know that happens subconsciously. He said, 5 people were injured, and some women. So the women, and you know it has been from the days of the Bible. Jesus fed 5,000 men, and no. Hopeless there are people that are living on the streets. You know, they live on the streets, they can't say whenever there's flood. Data we are getting now from NEMA. They have not told us how many less people were swept away. Again, do we have data on how many of them are in the streets? Even those of us that are not on the streets, do we have data? How many of us in Nigeria? By simulation, we are about, they are not really sure. All right. So I won't go through this again because they are, please jump. All right. So this is good. So the graphs I've seen in what we have been working on before now is that we need to capture the differential impacts based on social identity. If there's flood in these locations, all of us will not be impacted the same way. Depending on who we are, where we belong, our coping capacity, our gender, and so on and so forth. Also, our lived experiences will also differ. And if that differs, the way we react to the happening also will be very, very different. Therefore, at individual level, at community level, that our lived experiences must be captured. Autonomous adaptation is what we have most of the time. The Bono people now, Vice President has visited them. Mr. President has visited. So many government dignitaries have visited them. We will give them palliatives. We will give them so many things. After 3 months, what again? Huh? All right. They have normal life as if nothing has happened. And so they will go back to what I call autonomous adaptation. They will live based on their own social networks and social help that they can get. And if they can't get any other thing, they are trapped forever. So we need effective land use planning. We have not been doing that in Nigeria. We make so much noise about master plan of this, master plan of that, but we don't implement. There are not more buffer zones for either forest or for water resources, but we have encroached into them because of our greediness. Even when they are saying that, no, this place is actually to protect this water body. You only need one big person with a big title or a big force to overthrow that policy. And then when the impact comes, you start shouting, President should come, Governor should come, but there'll be somebody somewhere that will sorted that land use plan. All right. So this is what we have seen in Nigeria. This coastline is from Lagos during the flooding experience. And we were trying to see how the disabled will be able to cope. You know, it will be so traumatized. This is just the recent one in Bono. Men, by nature, men are mobile. In this room now, if you hear this room close, the men are gone. They are gone naturally. But the women, you will see plenty of them and children that will be struggling. I saw a video in Bangladesh and I had to shed tears. There was one disaster that had just happened, and the woman has fled. On her way as she was going, she remembered her child was inside. So she came back to come and pick the baby. And as she was now going back, the water just came down, captured the two of them. So as researchers were not discussing, why did she have to go back in her own? She will go back, but there's that thing inside her for a child. So this is why we need to look at the people of the margins and capture their life experiences. All right, so what do we do to bridge the gap? We must have informed local thinking and disaggregate our climate impact data. Rather than just have it as an aggregate, we must disaggregate based on social identities. And then our policy must be the one that is based on scientific facts, not sentiment, not quota system. That's okay. So if you do bridge for them in Bonona, in Northwest, also you must do another bridge. In North Central, you must do. You know that's the way we do in Nigeria. It's quota system. Whether they need it or they don't need it. If you give them one hospital and Nabakaliki, you must go and do another one. Where again? We must, whether they need it or they don't need it, we are saying let there be public policy. Also, we need more of ecological settlements. Where we will mitigate urban heat stress, having more of renewable energy, we protect our water ecosystem, effective land use, and then we have waste management. More importantly, we need communal settlements. There's this idea that is coming to us now in Nigeria. We are becoming more individualistic. We are becoming more of social anonymity. If I may ask now, the person sitting beside you, since you have been sitting together, do you know the person? Whether it's even an AI now, you don't know. So, this social network led to the awakens. Because when disaster comes, you always pick them from who you know. That's natural. Also, adequate infrastructure, climate justice by giving social security, a very good profile will help us, and then poverty reduction. And finally, I'm concluding that we need more of gender risk profiling. Let's have profiles of how people are at risk in whatever we do. We need more knowledge production, and I must acknowledge NOIPolls. This kind of initiative. We need more storytelling so that we capture that and our policymakers can see that. Need to build more networks of farming and social change. I appreciate you for this opportunity. Part of what I've presented today is based on an ongoing project being supported by IDRC. We call it farm trees, that we are trying to look at the margins and how do they cope or respond to climate change. Thank you for this opportunity.
All right, let's put our hands together for Professor Grace from the Lead University. Thank you very much, Ma, for that presentation. I hope that has been really helpful. For those of you who are here, just in case you have people who would like to join virtually, please, we'll be sending the link around so that we'll project the link or get it across to you somehow so that people can join in virtually, because at some point we're going to have participation virtually. So, again, thank you very much. Professor Grace Olukoyi is, like I said, from the Lead University in Ibadan. So the next on the lineup is Professor Akimbola Ademola. He is a professorial chair also, and heads the Department of Meteorology and Climate Change at the Federal University of Technology, Akure. His work spans the interactions between weather, climate, and living organisms, plants, animals, and humans. His project work includes the GCRF African Swift, led by the National Center for Atmospheric Science and funded by the Global Challenges Fund. He is also working on an assessment of the global impact on meningococcal meningitis, COVID-19, using artificial intelligence in West Africa. Akimbola has collaborated in articles including assessing agricultural and hydrological drought vulnerability in the savanna ecological zone of sub-Saharan Africa, impact of drought on cereal crop yields in the savanna region of Nigeria, and spatio-temporal variability of rainfalls as an evidence of changing climate over Nigeria, Niger Delta, amongst many others. Let's put our hands together for Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, all. And I want to sincerely appreciate NOIPolls for this invitation. And I hope I should be able to meet your expected meeting with my presentation. Thank you. Yeah, I am Akimbola Akimbola. Okay. In the beginning, God told Abraham and me very clearly, have many children so that your descendants will live all over the earth. I put this under their control. I am putting you in charge of the fish, the birds, and all the wild animals, and for all birds and animals. Provided grass in different plants. The order has created. Our home, it has water, it has oxygen. It's also a very hospitable planet. So why the noise? And their need for meteorological and climate information. It is the climate we expect, it is the weather we see. It comes in stage to keep the environment under control. That's why we're discussing climate change. I want to talk little science, just little science, by calculating who is so. This atmosphere, we know it is into 4 layers. We live within the troposphere, and the upper part of the troposphere is tropopause, and it is about 12 kilometers up. And we all live within the boundary layer, and the boundary layer is between 0 kilometers to 4 kilometers. And I know nobody is as tall as 4 kilometers. So within these 4 kilometers, that's where we live, that's where we have all our activities. Now, good stratospheric ozone, that's the second layer. It shields us from the ultraviolet light. The atmosphere is transparent to shortwave radiation that is released by the sun. We have the distance between the Earth and the sun is about 150 million kilometers. And they say that's the essence of saying the higher you go, the cooler it becomes, because it's transparent. It does not have effect when it's coming. That's short wave. It's only being sent by the surface part, long wave radiation. That is when we have heat. So air pollutants, photochemical smoke affects human health, drug use, as we can see the behavior of temperature within the tropics. Polluting the environment, all these were unregulated and increased release of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere over the years has impacted the environment. That's it. Deforestation. Everybody wants to build at least one house. In fact, some can even build as much as 6 houses. They destroy the environment. Some will have in their village, they destroy the environment. They German floor. They change the urban characteristics of that environment. What have we had? Global warming, greenhouse gases, fossil fuels, carbon dioxide, ice correction, ozone depletion, CO2. Global warming is a major aspect of climate. Global warming is spiritual advice. Our one. Climate change, abuse of environment is clear against God's will. Once respect creation, while focusing on the needs of sustainable development. Environmental pollution declared in water. Hence, we now have the climate change. Policy makers need robust and credible science. In fact, we need to discuss science. What you don't know, you want to adapt to. People are saying climate change. I've been to conferences globally. You see people picking up their discussion from yes, climate change. What is even climate? We need to discuss the science. What is climate? What is weather? It is, like I said, it is climate you expect. It's weather you see. When you say rainy season, it does rain for every day. Like the thing is rainy season. So, effective adaptation and risk management is also required. Reliable meteorological and climate services can provide individual societies, government and climate sensitive sectors with effective, efficient, and improved services. Hence, climate change and variability, at times it can even be variability, changing, changing annually. It's just changing. Before you aggregate 30 years, and you experience any change, that is when you say climate change. So climate change and variability is not just an environmental issue, but also a development issue. Focus is a review work. Is to discuss the impact of climate change on agriculture, crop, livestock, and fisheries. The objectives are to explain the meaning and causes of climate change, highlight the varying impacts of crop yield, livestock, and fisheries, identify climate change adaptation strategies in the country, and some few recommendations. Impact of climate change on agriculture in Nigeria. Climate change impacts on agriculture in Nigeria. Climate change impact on Nigeria have been a significant concern because we depend on rain-fed agriculture. In fact, you see the rate of failure we are having. And Nigeria fall between 4 degrees north to 14 degrees north in the northern hemisphere. There's what we call the southwesterlies that bring rain. It is moist and wet. It originates from the Atlantic Ocean. It brings rain. That is why, at times, ordinarily, rain should be decreasing northward. We should have what we call a popular name, August break, but professionally, we call it little crisis. Because this year did not even happen in August. It only extended to August. That is why we have bimodal when the latitude is less than 10 degrees north down. So we are going to have bimodal while we have unimodal up to 14 degrees. Challenges faced by the agricultural sector. The agricultural sector in Nigeria is facing challenges due to inadequate and irregular rainfall, as well as increasing temperatures. The impact of climate change on agriculture in Nigeria has led to serious implications for food security and well-being. This poll, which I'm trying to reference, we have had about it here. This NOIPolls conducted in August, that is the report which supports our observation. Tell us that what they did. Now, we want to look at agriculture, and I know that we depend on agriculture. That is why at times when some people want to protest, it's minimum wage. Minimum wage. How many of us? How many of us we get minimum wage? Minimum wage. Because most of us went to subsistence farming, and agriculture contributed 21.07% to Nigeria's GDP in the first quarter of 2024. Crop production alone accounted for 19.24%. We tell you that when we are discussing climate change in terms of agriculture, you cannot overemphasize it. Again, the agricultural sector contribution decreased from 26.11 in the fourth quarter of this to 21. So the growth rate of the agricultural sector was 0.18% year-on-year in quarter 1 in 2024. These figures indicate a marked decline in the sector's contribution in previous years. So definitely, what do you think is affected? Of course, we have a lot of factors, but the issue of climate change, you cannot overemphasize it on this. Human activities and climate change awareness. We are seeing that what we review also agreed with what NOIPolls got, because it is, you may ask in any way. We remember when we were still younger, because we are still young men now, our parents, the distant farmers, they can come out to tell you that there will be rainfall in the let them try it. Because they were using climatic experience, over time. They were using it. So, but now, the science, in fact, when NIMET gives some prediction, and some people say it's accurate also, that is why we need to develop our own local climate model. The model we have been using are developed in the temperature. Imagine if they have to set the base of the temperature to 11. We don't even have temperature of 11 degrees centigrade. We don't even have it. And that's what they use to develop their model. How will you make use of it? So that means we need to assemble our scientists to develop this. Apart from any other problem like the problem of mathematics, the problem of physical laws, the problem of data. We need, because climate is now becoming station specific. Even within Abuja here now, if we have up to 200 stations, they are not too much. I remember I was in a conference in Toulouse. I presented a paper on looking at human health. I used methodological parameters to develop a model so that I can use to predict the number of cases of malaria occurrence. I used only one station. A lady came from China. She used 250 stations. 250. And my intention was to use more than that, but I didn't have access. I remember when I was doing PhD, I visited virtually everywhere in this country before I moved out. The data were not available. So a lot of courses or whatever has been said because of our time. I say, what happens to agriculture generally? In the general, increased drought will seriously and negatively impact the availability of food. Kwashiorkor is also a disease. It's linked to climate change. But when you don't feed well, that's the problem. Even when you don't feed well, malaria will wire you more. And when you look at the sporobody, the sporogonic cycle of that vector that causes it is now getting so fast to infect more people. And we have the population, the gonotrophic cycle, that the moment it bites you, in fact, you are readily available to be beaten. Therefore, the thing keeps spreading. And from WHO, he said, any child less than 5 years, we lose one person every 30 seconds to malaria. So, rice in temperature we call reduction in and possible collapse of whaling fishing activity. In some countries in Africa, yield from rain-fed agriculture could be reduced by up to 50%. An increase in concentration of carbon dioxide will increase the photosynthetic capacity of plants. All of us, we remember our daily bread equation. Hope we know the daily bread equation. Yes. That's our daily bread equation. And that daily bread equation makes use of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere and it liberates oxygen. So what I mean by that daily bread is how do plants prepare their food? Sunlight, carbon dioxide, and waste product, oxygen. So the more we have vegetation, the more oxygen we have in the atmosphere, and the less carbon dioxide, which is the greenhouse gas, we have in the atmosphere. Marine life, crop yield, temperature can strongly affect the biological processes, number of eggs laid, incubation, feeding rate, and other physiological processes. Changes in air temperature and precipitation affect fishery by altering habitat, availability, or quality. An increase in temperature will result in drier conditions in some regions of Nigeria as the rainfall pattern will change. The rainfall pattern it has become so unpredictable. This year is a good example of that. So now we are challenging the scientists to go and sit down. See what are those things that are responsible for this. Put money for scientists. Let scientists sit down and develop, a good model that will be so accurate. They can tell you. I remember I was in one of the airports in the UK, the Italy. About taking up everywhere got that. Just 30 minutes to take up. Because of visibility. They say because the visibility we have to be not less than 1,000 meters, which is 1 kilometer. But if the pilot want to break a taxi driver, at 500 meters, they can take off. They have experience it. They can take off. It's risk. Because of this climate change, you discover now that we are having more gallop in the atmosphere. Hope you have noticed it. Yeah. Even in Abu Dhabi last week, they told us, see this week or last week, that the visibility is so poor that vehicles were asked to improve the effect of climate on livestock and fisheries. They are saying that because my time is almost off. Again, climate change implication of freshwater resources, implication of accelerated increase in water scarcity, impact on livestock drinking water resources. They say water cover over 70% of the earth. No access to good water. Everybody has turned out to be local government chairman because you have to look for water for yourself. And when you begin to sound the surface, challenges for livestock management, implications for freshwater resources, sustainable agricultural practices in Nigeria, indigenous farming techniques for climate adaptation, moist farming, conservation, tillage, mixed cropping, agroforestry, and application of manure and indigenous farming techniques in Nigeria. These techniques are already in operation but need wider adoption for climate adaptation. Researchers recommend motivating farmers to adopt improved versions of these techniques for sustainable agriculture. Let's move on. Adaptation measures for livestock and agriculture. Implementing shade and water provision. Promoting selection of large animals. More efficient production is expected. Introducing localized irrigation techniques. Developing affordable adaptation practices. Enhancing capacity building for livestock keepers. So let me move because I'm about rounding up because of my time. IPCC report and environmental stress on the livestock provides crucial insight into climate change impacts. It affects livestock productivity significantly. NOIPolls. So it's also indicates a growing concern about climate change awareness in Nigeria. So I want to conclude. I said there are empirical shreds of evidence establishing climate change and its impact on agriculture, crop, livestock, and fisheries with serious implications on the livelihood of the communities and food security in Nigeria. The new elements in the climate change dilemma are its dynamic continuing nature. The atmosphere is not confined. What is the percentage of greenhouse gases we are releasing to the atmosphere? Very small. How many industries do we have here? But because the atmosphere is not confined, it can be released in Lagos and you have the effect in Abuja, depending on the stability of the atmosphere. The atmosphere is unstable, you are going to have wind. If it is stable, the resident time of pollutants will be so high in the atmosphere. So that can affect human health. So recognizing this, the right of emphasize the need to increase resilience and build adaptive capacity system making up the entire group. Recommendation, individual action. Most of our recommendation at times is government. The government should do this. Government, this government. I understand government, but who is government? You are a government. Conserve, consume efficiently, use renewable, be involved. This advocacy, NOIPolls, look at what they are saying. It's a topical issue. They are involved, so you can be involved in your local community. They say encourage the use of vehicles that have more miles per gallon of fuel. Is your vehicle of low emission? I know it's not easy to buy a new car, but at the same time, some cars, when they are beside you, you know that you are inside the car. So buy energy efficient appliances, not all those who regulator and all these things.
plant trees which absorb carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. Be careful with the trees. I think the plant tree that you will cut in a few years because of the roots. So you look at admonish rat and distant bush burning and cutting of forestry, educate others. Let friends and family know about these practical energy saving steps that can help to save money while protecting the environment. Energy efficiency, 2 examples, compact fluorescent. We will need to start importing hybrid cars because it saves money on fuel. Estimated savings can say as much as that. Recommendation. Now, I want to, on a lighter, if we don't have, that is what we are. I want to sincerely appreciate you for this opportunity, and I want to thank my audience for this.
That's what I have to get a hook on time. All right, I mean, if we, from what he has said, the impact of climate change on agric is actually a lot, and the climate change actually has serious implications on livestock, on fisheries, on freshwater, as it were. And so what this means is that climate change has adverse effects on food security. And from his recommendations, especially, I mean, we're asking ourselves, what kind of actions are we supposed to be taking as individuals? That's taking our sight away from government. On our own end, what are we supposed to be doing? And like he said, conserve, consume efficiently, use renewable, and be involved. I like the part that said, we should buy new cars. Smile to one corner. All right, I know people here who like cars. So I'm urging you buy new cars. I'm looking at one of them. I'm sure it's looking at me. All right. So we'll take this to the next year. We're going to run at this point. We're far behind schedule. We are supposed to start the panel session anytime soon, but we're going to take our last presentation, and it's from Mr. Mokan Backlit. Mokan Backlit is from the university. He's a tutor with the Directorate of NNUCFP University of Jos, with areas of research interest and environmental sustainability, environmental resource planning, as well as rural livelihood. He also serves as a reviewer for the International Journal of Research and Innovation in Social Science. Mr. Backlit Mokan, over to you. Let's put our hands together to him. Thank you. Right after this presentation, we start the panel session.
Good afternoon once again, ladies and gentlemen. It's a privilege to stand before you to present the paper titled Climate Change and Livelihoods in Nigeria, Enhancing Coordinated Actions. My name has already been mentioned, so I'll move straight to the next slide, please. Motivation for the study. When questions are asked, then answers are expected to follow. Now, the first question I have is, why are food prices in Nigeria rising unprecedentedly? The next question is, why are crop yields declining? The next question is, why the incessant clashes between farmers and herders? And then the fourth question, why the rising cases of insecurity and calls for mass protests from different quarters within and outside the country? Now, this question strengthens sustainability as a concept. When we talk about sustainability, we are talking about the need for the current needs to be met while preserving that of the future generations. Now, sustainability as a concept is premised on economic, social, and environmental aspects. Now, these questions that were raised, you will agree with me that one way or the other, they are tied to climate change. Because when we talk about the issues of crop yield, what leads to the decline in the crop yield? We're talking about seasonality of rainfall. We're talking about increase in what? Temperature. When we talk about food security, what threatens food security? Decline in what? Yield. Now, if the quantity of food that is produced is not enough for the farmer, he wouldn't have enough to also take to the market to sell. What happens is the remaining available he has, he will find a way of increasing his sale in order to make profit. I give you a scenario. Even a farming season, I farmed maize and my harvest was 100 packs. Now, after the sale, I realized 500,000. Now, the next farming season, I had 50 packs. Now, how do I sell 50 packs and reach 500,000? That brings us to the issue of what? Decline in food security. Now, you have to increase the price. Now, you have maize being sold at 300. Before you know it, it has increased to what? 1.5. Why? There is a decline in what? Yield. And therefore, farmers will have to what? Increase prices so they can meet their needs. Now, the objectives of my studies are just two: to identify the impacts of climate change on livelihoods in Nigeria. Like you heard in my profile, I'm interested in livelihoods, and not just livelihoods, but rural livelihoods. We're talking about climate change, climate change, climate change. I believe 90 to 100% of us seated here are literate. So when I say climate change, I believe you can relate with me. But when I go down to your village and I come across a person and I tell him climate change, will he really understand what I'm trying to say? Now I'm more interested in what? Rural livelihoods. Now 80% of Nigeria's population are rural farmers. Agriculture is being done by 80% rural population. So I feel this campaign needs to be stepped down to the rural areas. Then the second is just what to recommend action plans towards ensuring a sustainable livelihood in the midst of the threat of climate change. Now, my study was able to establish that climate change indeed has great impacts on livelihoods in Nigeria. Livelihood assets identified by the British Department of Finance and International Development, they identify 5 assets. And what do we mean by asset? Things that are of what? Value. So when we're talking of sustainability as a concept, this framework has adopted, or rather constructed by DFID, they term it Sustainable Livelihood Framework. It means that it's a framework that will ensure that even as generations come and go, these issues of climate change will be adequately addressed. Now they talked about the natural asset, and by natural assets, we are talking about land, water bodies, forests. We talk about the physical assets, we are talking about schools, roads, bridges, and buildings. We talk about the financial asset, which has to do with what? Gross domestic product, otherwise known as what? GDP. Now it is agreed, or you agree with me, that studies have shown that the agricultural sector in Nigeria contributes the highest GDP. Then we'll talk about household income. If most of the population are farmers, then it means that the livelihood of most of the Nigerian population is centered on what? Agriculture. Then we'll talk about the social asset, learning activities, working environments, community development, association. What we are doing here is also a social asset, forum that brings people together to discuss topical issues. Now, based on the 3 concepts I've been able to raise, these are highlights of my findings. Firstly, agriculture remains the mainstay of economies of most developing countries, Nigeria inclusive. As I mentioned earlier, 80% of the rural population in Nigeria have their livelihood. When we say livelihood, we're talking about means of survival. What do I do to earn a living? And studies have shown that 80% engage in what? Agriculture. And when we say agriculture, it's a compound word. Crop cultivation and livestock production are not the only agricultural practices. However, 80% of rural population practice only what? Crop cultivation and livestock production. We have others like horticulture and the rest. Then climate change has impacted a great deal on crop yield. If you remember, my first motivation is why the rising prices, why are crop yields declining? Now, increased temperature and irregular rainfall patterns have affected availability of soil water, thereby affecting crop production. Now, my fellow senior colleagues will agree with me, the soil has constituents. We have the soil air, the soil water, the organic matter, and the mineral matter. So beneath the soil, the source of replenishment is from rainfall. So when we have a decline in rainfall, definitely there will be a decline in what? Availability of what? Soil water. It means that plants will not be able to access water from the soil due to a what? A shortfall in water. Now, climate change has led to outbreak of pests and diseases that damage crops, thereby reducing yield and quality, creating issues of what? Food security. Now, when there is a decline in rainfall and there is increase in temperature, it makes the condition or the condition favorable for some organisms to thrive, thereby inflicting damage on the crops. Now, flooding events over the country have led to destruction of farmlands, restricted free movement of people and goods, presented various health challenges, affected income of households, damaged properties, and led to the loss of life. Now, this statistic I quoted was from the Nigerian Red Cross in 2022. It was believed that the casualties in terms of lives lost was the highest in over a decade. Now, on the 9th of September, to be precise, Bordeaux came under the news. And what was the issue? Flooding. Now, I was listening to Arise this morning, and they were trying to argue whether the flooding was as a result of climate change or it was as a result of negligence. I heard one of the panelists say an assessment was done on the nature of the dam, and it was established that the walls were already weak. Now I ask the question, a dam is not a natural body of water, it's artificial. It has a what? A capacity. And what happens if that capacity is exceeded? Definitely there will be a breach in the walls. So whether they agree with it or not, climate change contributed to that because it's as a result of what? A heavy downpour. If the rains were not intensive, then it means the quantity of water that the dam could otherwise hold wouldn't have changed. So there wouldn't have been any flooding in the first instance. But because of the pressure being exerted on the walls of the dam due to what? Excessive rainfall, that led to the what? The collapse of the wall of the dam and resulted in flooding. Now, Nigeria is predicted to incur heavy loss to the tune of over $400 billion by 2050 if issues regarding climate change are not properly addressed. And this is according to World Bank Group report of 2021. Now, if we are looking at $400 billion, I don't know how many nairas that will translate into, but you agree with me that it's a huge figure. Now, as rightly said, Nigeria as a nation or Africa as a continent contributes only 3.7% to climate change. Like Prof. Early mentioned, do we have heavy industries? No. But because there is no definite layer in the atmosphere, activities that are being done, we have heavy industrialized nations like China, America. They are the major pollutants of the ozone layer. But because we have a universal atmosphere, the effect is felt by all. So in terms of our emission rate as a country, it is still very, very minimal. However, this report from World Bank puts it that Nigeria stands the risk of being affected. Why? We have deficiency in terms of what? Technology to cope with the what? Challenges being posed by what? Climate change. Next is drought conditions as well as increased temperatures affect the survival of livestock, especially cattle. Cattle reproduction rates is affected by increased temperature and drought conditions. I'll make an illustration with human beings. Whenever the temperature is high or the sun is high, what happens to you? You feel dehydrated. It's the same thing with livestock. The increase in temperature makes it difficult for them to what? Thrive or survive, and that will affect their production rates. The livestock industry is believed to account for about 36.5% of consumed protein. I know of people that will not eat food if there's no form of protein. If you serve them any meal, regardless of what it is, if it doesn't contain any protein, they are less interested in the food. Now, the implication is that if livestock is being affected, then 36.5% of consumed protein in Nigeria will be what? Affected. Now, households account for 10% gross domestic product. We're talking about just the livestock sector. We're not even talking about the crop cultivation sector. Remember, I based it on crop cultivation and livestock production. An important one, fuel wood, or what we refer to as firewood. Artisanal mining, local mining, that's what it means. Herbal medicine production, lumbering activities, and livelihood activities that also accelerate the level of climate change. Now, in as much as we are talking about the impact climate change has had on livelihoods, it is also interesting to know that there are certain activities or livelihood activities that also accelerate the rate of what? Climate change. Examples of these I have mentioned. Now, when we talk about climate change, most especially we are referring to the rate of what? Carbon buildup in the atmosphere. One of such is the use of what? Firewood. Studies have it that Africa and Asia still rely heavily on firewood as a chief source of energy for what? Heating and cooking. I know that almost every household utilizes either firewood or what? Charcoal as a source of what? Heating. So that in itself can also accelerate the rate of climate change. Then the next thing we talk about the cutting down of trees for timber and firewood, as well as harvesting of herbs for local medicine and uncontrolled mining activities, reduces the amount of vegetation cover and increases the rate of evaporation. Now, trees are believed to be what we call carbon sinkers. They help us in absorbing the excess carbon in the atmosphere. So if we have lesser trees, it implies that the rate of carbon buildup in the atmosphere will be what? High. Then we'll talk about timber. It is interesting to point us back to the projected tool we had. Nigeria has the highest percentage of unprotected forest. I can just simply carry my chainsaw, drive into any forest, cut down as many trees as I want, put them in my tool lorry and go away. Nobody will ask me, why am I doing that? Now, these are some of the implications of what? Climate change. Let's begin one. Conclusion. Agriculture still remains the mainstay of Nigeria's economy, as most livelihoods depend on it. Climate change has continued to threaten the well-being and survival of Nigerians, and that of other nations being a global threat, like we'll be able to establish. It's a global phenomenon. So even if the activities are being carried out in another part of the world, the impact is felt globally. Livelihoods cannot thrive in the face of this daunting challenge, climate change, except deliberate and coordinated actions are taken to confront this menace. The future still remains bleak for Nigerians in the wake of this event. I believe this is one of the reasons we are gathered here to seek what? Coordinated action. So what are some of the recommendations? Massive and aggressive sensitization campaigns down to the grassroots, like I earlier mentioned, involving the rural areas. This could be done by agencies such as National Registration Agency, media houses, civil society organizations, NGOs, various levels of education, including you and I, because we are knowledgeable in what climate change entails, so we should be able to sensitize the public. Training of more agricultural extension workers across the 774 local governments in Nigeria to step down the knowledge of climate change impact to the grassroots. This will help farmers in the rural areas to prepare adequately for the farming season. Imagine if the report released by NIMET is utilized by farmers. We wouldn't have been recording some of these issues of failure of crop. But what happened is people are used to the regular cycle. They know when the rainfall sets, that is onset, and they know the period of time the rains are expected to cease, that is cessation. So it is without prior knowledge that they just go to the farm and then they cultivate. But what happens if there is a reversal in that pattern? That is when we begin to record loss in crop yield. Now, training of farmers on climate-smart agricultural practices, such as drip irrigation and planting of drought-resistant varieties, amongst others. Reduction of heavy reliance on firewood as a chief source of heating and cooking by households, improved cook stoves, honeycomb briquettes, as well as table gas burners can be distributed to low-income households and vulnerable groups as well as an intervention program towards the fight against climate change. We have several intervention programs by the federal government. Let me use that. We have recently the PCNGI, Presidential Compressed Natural Gas Initiative, that is aimed at what? Converting vehicles, is that not so, to run on CNG. which is believed it will lead to what? Lesser emission. Prof mentioned the issue of hybrid cars also. I remember one of our senators, Ben Bruce, common sense. He tried to push a bill that Nigerians should focus or shift into what? Hybrid cars. But I asked the question, according to SDG 7, affordable and clean energy. How many of us can afford hybrid cars? That will translate to no Nigerian having a car at all, because those cars are quite expensive. Today, a Tokumbo car, the normal Corolla 2005, you can't get it for less than 4.5 million. How much is your salary? So the implication of that will amount to all of us will adopt a slogan we refer to as "it is not that far." What does that mean? We dump the cars and we begin to what? To trek, because we cannot afford cars. We want to preserve the climate, we have to pay the price. So it means that Nigerians will no longer use cars, but we'll use our legacies, Benz. Now, creation of forest rangers, that brings me back to the issue of unprotected forests. Now we need to safeguard our forest reserves. And how do we do that? Now, one of my recommendations is creation of a forest task force in the name of forest rangers. Now, their duty will strictly be to man and protect our forests as well as our natural reserves. Equal to that again is licensing of all timber producers in the country will ensure that their activities are properly regulated. I know that we need timber for various forms of construction. There is virtually no construction work that will take place without the requirement of timber. Now, what this happens, we talked about afforestation and something came to my mind. Where I come from, there is a bread that they call the slogan, chop one, chop two. Okay, so let's adopt the slogan, cut one, plant three. What does that mean? If you're cutting down a tree, you should be able to replace that tree. What that means is we will make the activities of these timber operators progress in a sustainable manner, just as all of us that own vehicles are registered in one way or the other and allowed to drive our cars on the road. These people that are into the production of timber should also be checked, so that when something comes up, we know who is going into which forest, who is cutting down which tree. I believe that way we will be able to be successful in the fight against climate change. Once again, thank you for listening.
All right, again, let's put our hands together for Mr. Buffett. The director of NNUCFP University of Jos. All right. So it's been a very interesting conversation so far. I'm sure we have all learned something. One thing you learned a lot. I'm not an expert in this, but you know, from all of the conversations, it's clear that there has to be coordinated actions towards this. From his presentation, it is clear that climate change actually has impact on our livelihood. I mean, as it relates to our daily living. And I like the fact that his recommendations also included the reduction of reliance on firewood. I don't know how possible that would be, especially looking at our rural communities. I mean, this is what it is, as it were, the cheapest form of, what's the word? Is it cooking, as it were? So if we are saying that we reduce reliance on firewood, what are the options for people who can afford to buy gas or kerosene? Saying how expensive these things have become. So we're hoping that even as we recommend that the government will also play their own part in helping to make it work. We also looked at, we have a timber, I don't know if that thing is timber, or I don't know what they do right in front of them. So how do we regulate them also? Then training of more agri-extension workers, installing do step-down trainings. I think that is actually interesting also. Then massive sensitization. I've talked about that all day, that there is a need for massive sensitization campaign but not just within this room of very educated people, but taking it down to the grassroots. So we hope to see the government take up these recommendations and not just go for talk shops across the country with 100 delegates, but we want to see productiveness in all of this. All right, just before we go to the panel session, we're going to take a presentation of the climate change survey report from Afrobarometer. They are going to join us virtually. They're actually in Ghana. They will introduce themselves. The presentation will be done by Mame. Mame is the communications coordinator for North and Anglophone West Africa for Afrobarometer. NOIPolls actually is the national partner for Afrobarometer in Nigeria. So this is our mother company, as it were. These are our partners, Afrobarometer, and they're going to be doing presentation on the climate change survey report for the Afrobarometer round 9 session. Is Mame live?
Can you hear me?
Mame, we can hear you. All right, we'll take that
Okay.
to the panel. Mame, over to you.
All right, but you need to allow me to share my slides. It's saying I cannot share my slides. So if you could ask the team to enable me to do screen sharing.
Now.
Screen sharing, please.
Mame, share your screen, please.
Okay. Can you see it?
Yes, we're good to go.
Okay, great. So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much, NOIPolls, Nelly and the team, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this important conversation. I think a lot has been said about climate change, so I'll make it really quick. But before I go into the findings, just to give a brief overview of who Afrobarometer is, we're a Pan-African non-partisan survey research network that provides reliable data on African experiences and their evaluations on democracy, governance, and quality of life. But just to throw in that, we also have data on other themes like climate change, which I'm come to share with you today, on gender-based violence, gender equality, migration, and others. So we encourage you to visit our website to look out for our data on these themes. Our aim as an organization is essentially to give African publics a voice in policy and decision making. And as a network, we've conducted up to 9 rounds of surveys in 42 African countries since we started in 1999. We launched round 10. So the 10th round of survey was launched in 2024, and Nigeria is conducted that kind of survey. Findings will be out very soon. So we also urge you to look out for that. And also just to throw in that this year in July, as a network, we commemorated our 25th anniversary. So just to say that we've been doing this for 25 years on the continent. This map essentially is just showing us which countries we've conducted our surveys in. So you see that the ones in the gray color are the only countries that we've not conducted any Afrobarometer survey in. So we're looking at countries like Libya, Chad, Central African Republic, Somalia, and a couple of others. Also, just to touch a bit on our methodology, when we're conducting our surveys in all these African countries, we use a nationally representative sample. So we usually work with the statistical service of every country where we conduct our survey, and our respondents are adults, so they are 18 years and above. We conduct our survey in the face-to-face format, and also in the language of the respondent's choice. So like GK was presenting earlier, we use English, Hausa, Yoruba, Igbo, Pidgin, and a few others. Our questionnaire is standard, so I'll be sharing with you findings of climate change from other countries as well. And that's the whole point, so that we're able to compare what Nigerians are saying on climate change to what Kenyans are also saying on climate change. So in Nigeria, we use the sample size of 1,600 to conduct our survey. These are the demographics of the people we spoke to, but just go straight into it. Let's look at Nigerians' views on severity of extreme weather conditions. So we asked our respondents to tell us whether over the past 10 years, they have seen any change in the severity of droughts and floods in the area where we live. And from our data, you can see that half of Nigerians say that droughts have become less severe in the area that they live in. But a quarter, which is 25%, say that droughts have become more severe. And 19% also say that there's been no change whatsoever. Now, similarly, if you look at the figures for floods, we see that a majority, which is 56%, say that floods have decreased in severity, but 23% say that floods have become somewhat or much more severe in the areas that they live. Just to put in context that we asked these questions in 2022, so it's not the current happenings now, but for our round 10 survey, we'll have current views for 2024. So let's look at awareness of climate change. And our data shows that in Nigeria, only 3 in 10 adults, and that's 30%, say they have heard of climate change. Now, this is the same level of awareness reported in 2020, but we see that it has actually dropped by 20 percentage points when you compare the findings in 2017. So 2017, whereas 50% said you are aware of it, as the years go by, we realize that that number of people who said they are aware of climate change has reduced. Now let's compare awareness of climate change of Nigerians to other countries. So this is data on 39 African countries where we asked the same question. And the data shows that Africans are split on awareness of climate change. So why do we say this? 51% say they are aware of the concept of climate change, while 46% say that they have not heard about it. Now, awareness of climate change is quite high in countries like Seychelles, where 80% of the respondents said they've heard about it. It's also high in Malawi and Mauritius and Gabon. But when you look at the bottom part of the charts, we see that awareness of climate change is quite low in countries like Tanzania at 32%, Mauritania at 32%, and in Nigeria as 30%, and that's what we've highlighted green. So that's how Nigeria compares to other countries, other African countries, when it comes to awareness of climate change. Now let's go back to Nigeria to see who are the people who say they are aware of climate change. So we're looking at the demographics of those who said they are aware of climate change. Our data shows us that awareness of climate change is lower among rural residents than urbanites, than those in the cities. So we see that only 26% of those in rural areas say they are aware of climate change versus 35% of those in the urban areas. Again, poorer citizens are less familiar with the term climate change. Why do we say this? Only 24% of those with high lived poverty, and these are the poorer citizens, say they are aware of climate change or they've heard of it, versus 39% of those who have low or no lived poverty. Awareness of climate change gathers strength as respondents' education level rises. What do we mean? If we see as our respondents are saying they are more educated, our data shows that they are also likely to be more aware of climate change. So 62% of those with post-secondary education say they are aware of climate change versus only 10% of those who don't have any education at all. And in terms of gender, we see that more men are likely to be aware of climate change as compared to women. Let's look at the effects of climate change in Nigeria. And this, our data is gotten from 2017 up to 2022. So we asked our respondents who are aware of climate change to tell us whether they think climate change is making life in Nigeria better or worse. The findings show that among citizens who are aware of climate change, 2/3, and that's 66%, say it is making life in Nigeria much worse. Only 14% say that it is making life in Nigeria somewhat or much better. And 17% says that climate change has not had any effect on their lives. Again, let's compare Nigeria to other African countries. And we're looking at the negative effects of climate change here. So we see that the perceived negative effects of climate change is widespread in most countries, reaching as high as 9 in 10 in Madagascar, Lesotho, Mauritius, and the other countries. It's actually only in Mauritania that we had a majority of citizens, and that's 53% say that they think climate change is making life better. So again, we get to see how Nigeria compares to other countries. In the green shaded bar, 66% of Nigerians say that climate change is making life worse. And I think it's quite the majority views of other African countries as well. Again, let's look at the people in Nigeria who are saying climate change is making life worse. The negative impact of climate change is felt more widely in rural areas than in cities. So that's a 70% versus a 62% in urban areas. And citizens who are older, who are 56 years and above, and those who again experience high lived poverty, the poorer citizens, are also more likely to report negative effects than the younger citizens and than citizens who are better off. And even in terms of education as well, those who are more educated are likely to say that climate change is making life worse as compared to those with less schooling. So who do Nigerians think is their responsibility to fight climate change? Now, large majorities of Nigerians believe that both citizens and government are responsible for limiting climate change. So we see that about 69% of Nigerians who are aware of climate change agree or strongly agree that citizens can help curb climate change. And we also see that about 71% equally agree or strongly agree that government can act now or must act now to help limit climate change. We asked our respondents to ask us, who do you think should have primary responsibility for trying to limit climate change? And majority of Nigerians says that it should be the government's responsibility in limiting climate change. Only few respondents mentioned this responsibility for ordinary citizens, for rich or developed countries, and for business and industries. And we also asked if they think these stakeholders are doing enough to limit climate change. And clearly from the chat, we can see that Nigerians believe that the government, the business and industries, developed countries, and even citizens need to do a lot more when it comes to limiting climate change. Now let's zone in on the government and assess their performance on handling climate change. And remember that this is from the citizens' perspective. So when asked to assess how well the government is addressing the problem of climate change, only 2 in 10 survey respondents, and that's 20%, describe the government's performance as fairly or very good, while 61% rate the government poorly on the issue of handling climate change. Still looking at the charts, we see that Southerners, those from the South, are particularly critical of the government's handling of climate change issues, because the data shows that only 8% approve of the government's activities, whereas 68% disapprove of the activities or the government's initiatives in handling climate change. Negative assessments are also more common among the poor and more educated citizens. So in conclusion, with all that I've shared with you, our survey findings from the year 2022 reflect the following: that 1, there is relatively low awareness of climate change among Nigerians. And we could even see this when we compared the data from Nigeria to other African countries. And the low awareness of climate change is more pronounced among rural residents, among poorer citizens, and those with little education. So all these suggest to us that there are opportunities to create greater awareness and popular support for climate change. These are the people we need to create more opportunities for when it comes to climate change. Again, the findings also show that among those who are familiar with climate change, majority say that it is making life much worse and requires immediate government action, even if such policies and programs are expensive or may take a toll on the economy. And last but not the least, large majorities of Nigerians are not satisfied with efforts by other stakeholders, and by other stakeholders, we include the government, business and industries, rich and developed countries. So Nigerians are saying that they are not satisfied with the way these stakeholders are contributing to help curb the negative effects of climate change. And I think that's why it's very important. The theme for this discussion was coordinated efforts. We all have to come together to fight or curb the negative effects of climate change. So I'd like to thank you for the opportunity for sharing Nigeria's views on climate change, and also urge you to visit our website, www.afrobarometer.org, where you find more findings on climate change, but essentially on so many other themes as well. Thank you, Nelly. Over to you.
All right, thank you, Mama. That is Mama from Afrobarometer. She's actually the communications coordinator for North and Anglophone West Africa for Afrobarometer. Let's ask Stella for her. Thank you. All right, well, we'll look at the view on climate change. That should be the Afrobarometer around 9 data on climate change. Actually, it actually shows clearly poorer citizens are less aware of climate change. So this is one reason why advocacy, like Mr. Mukele talked about, advocacy should go to the rural communities. Beyond what we're doing here, there is a need. We've looked the data, it shows that there is a need for us to take these campaigns to the rural communities, to our villages, to our mothers. If we're saying let's reduce the reliance of firewood, what are the options that we have? Nigerians at 69% believe that both citizens and government are responsible for combating climate change. So it is about you and me, while we hope that the government will do what they are supposed to do. All right, at this point, we're going to move straight into the panel session. And immediately after the panel session, we'll take a question and the answers, and we take a question and we will wrap up. For those who are listening, who are joining us virtually, a few people have actually requested for the presentation slides for today. Please send us your email address, drop your email addresses, and we will get it across to you, or you can reach us on inquiries at NOI-polls.com. Inquiries at NOI-polls.com, and we'll send you all the presentation slides for today. All right. So the panel session. For the panel session, it is going to be coordinated by, not me, it's going to be coordinated by Debe Wanze. He is the Social Research Associate for NOIPolls. Debe, could you come up? That's what I have together for you. For the panel session, we're going to have one virtual, we're going to have one of those at the panel to join us virtually. He had to do a quick dash out of the country, so he would have to join us virtually, and he's been on standby since morning. Dr. Bashir Ibrahim, he is the Deputy Director, Public Health, State House, Abuja. Dr. Bashir, I'm sure he is with us and he can hear us. Dr. Bashir, all right, that's it. You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
All right, we also have Dr. Chris Ngodo. He is the DG for the National Center for the Coordination of Early Warning. Dr. Chris, thank you for coming. We also have Dr. Samuel Bassi Awana. He is an environmental expert. Dr. Samuel Bassi, thank you. All right, we'll also have our researchers. Two of our researchers are going to be joining them in the panel session. We're going to have Professor Grace Olukoi from the Leeds City University and Professor Akumobola from Peter to join in the panel session. This is just where we have the researchers, as part of this conversation. So this will be the point where I will hand this conversation over to Debe Wanze, and we are hoping that at the end of this conversation, that we're going to have quality questions. We believe we have experts in the house, so we expect that the questions and the conversations that we'll have after now are going to be quite interesting. So Debe, over to you.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much also for availing yourself on discussing this all-important topic. Like the title says, climate change, enhancing coordinated actions. I think there are many takeaways from the engagement today, but I think one of the main takeaways is that even though there seems to be some awareness of climate change, like from the data that Mame shared, that the awareness is low, and even more importantly, that knowledge about the science behind climate change, I think Prof alluded to that during his presentation, is also is not where it should be. So the whole idea is for cross-pollination of ideas, of knowledge, so that we can actually take or enhance coordinated action. So a lot of context has been provided from the presentation, earlier presentations today. So I won't waste too much time in setting up context. I may just jump straight into the question. But for quick ground rules I will try to direct the questions to each individual. But after that first response, everyone is also free to chime in or say what they want to say or add to the question. Thank you again for making yourself available. I like to think of it this way. Climate change is not a very attractive topic I find in our area. Not many people want to talk about climate change, but I'm also quite inspired by the fact that some years, a few years ago, Greta Thunberg, I think she's Swedish, very young climate change advocate. I mean, looking at her age, as young as 15, was championing reducing or trying to improve the devastating effects of climate change. So if you could get a handle of it, then how much more us who are, I don't think there's any 15-year-old in the room. Okay, so let's start from where we sort of are now. A lot of discussion or reference has been made to floods. And I think in Nigeria, in terms of the weather element, we tend to suffer the most from water. And that tends to result in flooding. In fact, I think annually, we experience a lot of flooding. There has been a lot of reference to the 2022 flood, which I think by record was considered the most devastating. I won't go dwell so much on the numbers of statistics because that has already been discussed. But I'll say, and I think I'll direct this to Dr. Bassi. Let's do a quick post-mortem of what has happened in Maiduguri, the flooding in Maiduguri. There's a lot of reference, I think, from Mr. Bartlett about whether it was man-made or purely man-made or due to natural causes. I guess the question too, or a follow-up question or add-on to that would be, what could have been done differently to avert the disaster that we experienced? So is to focus on what really happened, the knowledge of what happened, and what could have been done differently. Okay.
Thank you very much. So, so it's a mixed bag. If climate change is real, I belong to the school of thought that believes that climate change is real. Some people see it as myth. Now, what happens is that laying reference to the Along Dam. So that dam is actually aging, and between 50 years and 100 years, you can have dam, deteriorating. Now, dam is one of those projects listed in for environmental impact assessment. So when you do environmental impact assessment, you must have seen, taking the baseline information, you must have seen the impact that the dam will create after completion. And then you also think of the ways of mitigating these impacts. I believe that was done. And now there's also a period called environmental impact auditing. You need to audit this project. I believe that dam was not properly audited. And dam has components. So what we see as dam is not actually dam. Dam itself is a barrage that you build to block the water. But you have the reservoir as another component, and you have the intake towers. That is like a monitoring mechanism. It tells you when the water is low, when the water is high, and then you can go into evacuation channel to spill the water. And then you don't just spill the water without having a comprehensive drainage network. You should have a drainage design that when you spill the water, where does this water go to? And how about the people in that environment? So that was not properly done. And from the report we had, that vulnerability assessment was carried out not quite long, maybe sometime last month, and money was voted for maintenance. And then the report came out negative as if nothing happened. Two ways. If the dam is aging, check the seepage. Is it leaking? If it is leaking, and then it means you have to do grouting, go into concrete arrangement, or you want to do upstream blanket to block it, or you check your spillway, your control mechanism there. So all of that was not done. So climate change came with heavy rainfall. It wasn't a flash flood, it was a river flood that broke it down. And one thing was also missing. If you knew, for them to have gone on vulnerability assessment sometime last month, it means they were aware that there was an integrity question around the dam. So they should have gone into community engagement to think of how the rural people, the vulnerable people, because when hazard strikes and it doesn't meet vulnerability, you can't have disaster. So hazard plus vulnerability will give you disaster. So those people who are living on the floodplain, and the dam, if you check the geography of the dam, it was somehow low, it's not high. You can't compare it to Usuna Dam, so which is on a high elevation. So now they should have talked to, gone into community engagement with the locals, with the people who were susceptible to the possible disaster, to think of evacuation, how to deal with their livelihood, and then not to think of the rush in evacuation. So monitoring the dam, auditing the dam, engaging the people who are susceptible to the possible hazard would have helped control the situation.
Okay, thank you very much. So as a follow-up to looking at records of the history since 2012, there have been at least no less than 5 floods caused by compromised or overwhelmed dams, some of which include the overwhelming of the Lagdo Dam in 2012, Zingero Dam in 2018, Kainji Dam in 2020, Lagdo Dam in 2022, and now presently the Alao Dam. Some of these were contributed by natural causes, but often they were also caused by man-made factors such as poor maintenance that developed to poor construction in some cases, maybe also poor communication and action, like the draining of the Lagdo Dam. So there are debates to increase the debate going on in space. Some are arguing that we should increase flood control dams along some of those water channels or flood channels, whereas others also suggest the relocation or zoning of settlements along floodplains and riverbanks that receive runoff. Which would you argue is a better policy and why? Keeping in mind that for some of these settlements too, they have been able to, over time, eke out a living in those locations. So it may become more and more challenging for them to pick up and leave. This I may direct to maybe Dr. Chris or Dr. Bassett, anyone.
So, okay, it's a multi-dimensional approach. So you can't do one and leave one. I think the height of this very dam we're talking about, the Alao Dam, is about 10 meters compared to, we'll still use Zoom as an example. And then the cubic meters is not that much. So the storage facility for that dam. So the dam somehow has been silted up. So you need to go into desilting, desil the dam and then do the upgrade to increase the storage of the reservoir. So you can upgrade the dam and then to a very good height. And also, what they are saying is true, to relocate people from the floodplain. With due respect to people who are staying in the trade mode, I will use this as an example. If I'm the FCT minister, I will chase away all the people on that floodplain and then make it a buffer zone. And then because they are actually sitting on the floodplain, it happens also in Aladimawa. So when you have these, for Abuja, like example, flash flood lasting for up to rainfall lasting for like 6 hours, they will be affected. So it's a multi-dimensional issue. Relocating people from the floodplain, desilting both the dam and the drains, and then do the dam upgrade to increase the capacity of the storage. And don't underuse the dam. Now we need to go into need assessment. What is the demand, the water demand of that domestic dam? We use it for irrigation, we use it for domestic use. So what is the demand? So I know in Abuja, sometimes we complain of shortage from the Usuma Dam. And then so I don't think that shortage has ever been complained about the Alao Dam. So they allow the dam, we know the water keeps flowing in and then it's being underused. So now making efficient use of the dam can also take away some of the strain. So it's a multi-dimensional approach. Do all of them. Then if you like, you do concurrently. If you like, we do it face by face. But you can't do it one way. So all of these are important.
Thank you very much. As a bit of an early warning, My next question is going to be on early warning systems and will be directed to Dr. Chris. So every year, agencies like the Nigerian Meteorological Agency publishes the seasonal climate prediction reports. Also, we have agencies like the Nigerian Hydrological Agency, which publishes flood watch reports annually. These reports are to help prepare Nigerians and mitigate disasters from occurring. For this year, interesting enough, the SCP report predicted that states like Borno would have an early onset of rains and an above average of rainfall amounts, which was a departure from the normal. And I think that in itself was a strong indication that Borno may have been at risk of flood since they were predicting an above average of rainfall amounts. So the question is, how useful and effective do you consider these reports, these early warning system reports, to be to the average Nigerian? Using myself as an example, I think when I got wind of that report, I glanced through it. Well, I guess I didn't take as much out of it at the time when I initially read it compared to now after I had learned a few things from the news and all of that with the incident. So how useful are these reports? And would you also consider that there is a lag time? Should these agencies keep putting out these reports that there may be a catch-up time in which Nigerians may start using or utilizing these reports optimally?
Thank you very much. I think before I answer your question, I would like to just make reference to some of what has been said earlier, particularly with respect to the Elon disaster and the larger question as to whether it was a product of negligence or whether it's just climate change. And what I'll say to this is that I think just in terms of the broad conversation, because what we want to do is to shape policy and also shape the way people understand issues. We must be very nuanced about the way that we use climate change in conversation, especially given the sociology of our institutions here. If we use climate change in a very unbridled manner, inevitably it will be interpreted as something akin to an act of God about which we will do nothing. So it's very important that when we see disasters, we don't quickly latch onto the idea of climate change. Climate change should not become this umbrella term that explains everything, because it isn't. The Alau Dam was structurally compromised. The communities around sounded an alarm. A state government official did respond and assured those communities that nothing would happen to them. All of that is public record. Does climate change play a role? Yeah, if you have increased rainfall, but that's precisely the point of these early warnings. And we've had increased rainfall over the last 3 decades. I mean, you have them. At this point in our history, increased rainfalls, increased levels of rainfall or variability in rainfall patterns, they are not strange anymore. They are not alien phenomena. And 30 years ago, this same dam broke. And Maiduguri was also flooded. Precisely 30 years ago, 1994, I believe it was around July. Okay. So this has happened before. There's no shortage of case knowledge. So this is not one of the things that I would want us to think of as climate change and therefore throw our hands up in the air and say there's nothing that could have been done. Plenty could have been done, as my fellow panelists have indicated. So to that extent, what we are dealing with, a lot of the issues we're dealing with in Nigeria when it comes to flood, they are not actually about climate change, they are about infrastructure deficits. They are about the lack of drainage systems. If the dam, if you have dams that have been structurally compromised, they are not properly maintained or properly managed, you will have disasters. That is not climate change. There's nothing natural about that. And we must be careful not to conflate natural and man-made disasters.
or not to conflate things that are caused by nature and things that are caused by negligence. So that we should be very clear on that. In terms of the reports themselves, I'll say that they are absolutely useful. NIMET, the Hydrological Services Agency, and NEMA, they do an excellent job producing these reports. But early warning is simply that, it is early warning. The uptake is left to the clients. And with regard to flooding, for example, if you have an alert from NIMET or from NEMA as well, the emergency management structure in Nigeria is 3-tier. It's not just federal. So you've got NEMA, but states are meant to have emergency management agencies. That is the place where you have the worst institutional vulnerability when it comes to emergency management. Some states have no SEMAs. Some states have SEMAs that are comprised entirely of one person. That's just not serious. So the truth is, when you think of emergency response, like many other things, you must remember that Nigeria is a federation and you have multiple jurisdictions in Nigeria. Apart from SEMAs, you're also meant to have local emergency management committees that are embedded in local governments. But local governments have been strangled by state governments. So they are functionally non-existent at that level. So all of those gaps affect the response. If NEMA gives an alert, the understanding is that SEMAs, the state emergency management agencies, working with the local emergency management committees, will mobilize resources and do the necessary evacuation from critical areas or vulnerable areas or floodplains or what have you. In practice, many times that does not happen. So NEMA, whose role really is strategic and coordinating at the national level, is now constrained to move into states, multiple states at the same time, when inevitably its resources will be overstretched. So the short answer to your question is that these reports are entirely useful, but their optimal value depends upon the alertness, the alacrity, and the seriousness of the people for whom they are designed. And so if these reports are given to state governments, as you said, even from last year, it was clear which states in Nigeria would suffer flooding. And even in 2022, you had a flood alert. We've had flood alerts have been ongoing for almost 2 decades. So this is nothing new. The response is diffused between federal, state, and local. So if we really want to interrogate why response is so anemic in our country, we should pay attention to what state governments are doing and ask why state governments will not invest the necessary resources in creating state emergency management agencies. So that's my answer to your question.
Okay, thank you very much. So I have a bit of a follow-up question. And maybe I will direct this to Professor Akin Bobola. So in the course of preparing for this, I've learned also a little bit about flash flooding and river flooding, and what happens faster flash flooding with water levels from prolonged rain, and with river flooding is more is a slow process, is seepage into then eventually over. Now, I'm going to cite something that was referenced, I think, once or twice in the course of today's activities. That according to the UN, Nigeria has the highest rate of deforestation. Another important point is that many will attribute flash flooding as occurring in the north, where the ground is maybe tends to be rocky or doesn't percolate water as quickly as maybe river flood occurs where the climate tends to be wetter. We have more rainfall. So according to the UN, Nigeria has the highest rate of deforestation in the world, losing 2.7% of its forest every year. So my question is there a nexus between deforestation, where the lack of water absorbing plant cover is no longer there, possibly also due to improved civilization, as we are talking about deforestation to build houses? So is there a nexus between deforestation and increased flooding? their connection? And if so, how worried should we be?
Thank you very much. One thing we know is that there is nexus between deforestation and flooding. When the surface is exposed, it has changed the surface characteristics of that particular environment. Therefore, it is expected that we have one increased temperature within that place because the place is already exposed. And after that, the space is also exposed to rainfall. When you look at the intensity, what used to cause flood is the intensity of rainfall. Intensity means rainfall per time. Rainfall, we can have it for 30 minutes and we can have flash flood, depending on the surface characteristics, depending on the type of soil that we have. That, for example, if we have a clay soil, infiltration will be very slow. And again, if you have another type of soil, like loamy sandy, infiltration will be high. And that is why at times, what used to cause flooding is not expected to cause it if the rainfall is well distributed. Because if, for example, if 800 millimeters of rainfall is predicted, how? What is the distribution? What? Yes, duration. What if this 800 mm just fall in 2 days? It's going to destroy the environment. But people will still say an average rainfall of 800 mm was received in a particular place. To be useless, instead of being useful, it's going to destroy the environment. So when you expose the soil by 40 all these trees, definitely we're going to have in that environment.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, sir. So I hope Dr. Bashir is still there, but before, okay, great. So, thank you, sir, for hanging on and being patient. My next question, I think I'll direct to you. Curbing exponential population growth rates is considered a strategy in mitigating greenhouse gas emissions, as fewer people will be emitting greenhouse gases. Would you consider this a viable and effective strategy?
Just could you take the question again? I don't think I heard you correctly.
Okay, curbing exponential population growth rates is considered a strategy in mitigating greenhouse gas emissions, as there will be fewer people emitting greenhouse gases. Do you consider this a viable and effective strategy?
Thank you very much. And I'd like to thank you for inviting me once again, and also to say that you have an amazing panel seated there. I've listened with rapt attention. I didn't even know where all the time went to. Thank you all for contributing. So in answering your question, I believe that, yes, curbing exponential growth of the population would be something that would have an impact. Basically, because we've all mentioned human activity as a major driving factor of climate change. Human activity is not something, in fact, because of the exponential growth of the world population, we've had a situation now where we have increased human activity in even locations where we didn't think humans would be able to go to. So a lot of this human activity, increased use of fossil fuels, for instance. If we localize this thing I just said now just to Nigeria alone, we find out that because of increased economic activities in maybe the rural areas, for instance, farmers and all of that, we found out, and also because of the current economic situation, we've not been able to get people to use greener sources of energy. So let's take, for example, cooking. A lot of people in the rural areas can't afford gas, for instance. They would tend to use locally adapted situations to help them to cook. Firewood is something that we find out that people still use a lot, which emits a lot of gas and a lot of all those gases in the atmosphere. Another aspect of life where we're still having this increased activity, human activity, because of the interplay it has with people's economic power, is the fact that most people can afford to buy. For instance, I heard someone talk about buying a new car earlier in the discussion. Electric vehicles are still very much unaffordable to a lot of us, despite even being in maybe the higher socioeconomic aspect group of the society. So we find ourselves still using petrol, still using diesel, which, because of also a lack of electricity again, we also cannot afford to. So even if you can afford the electric vehicle, you can't, there's no electricity to charge. Now, we also have a situation where we tend to want to, because of lack of electricity, we tend to use diesel generators, petrol generators, and then so it's a bit of it's a quagmire that we found ourselves in Nigeria. So on one hand, we're trying to curb population, and then which we know is going to reduce the activity, human activities, but then also the economic reality on ground doesn't permit us to be able to ensure that greener sources of energy that would help us to reduce green gases emission in the society is still a problem that we're trying to solve. Over.
Okay, thank you. So I think my next question will go to Professor Grace. So now, in simple terms, can you explain the greenhouse gas effect for the benefit of our audience who may use the rhetorical course? Just in simple terms, but I know there was an allusion to the difference between climate change and global warming. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It means that maybe all the audience here knows that are online, they have to register for Geography 101. Maybe this is 101 or Metrology 101. All right. The climate change is the alteration that we see in climate parameters for at least 30 years. But the one we see as the variation day to day or seasonal is what we call variability, just a variance. So the rain starts this year in February, and maybe next year it starts in March. That's just variability. And it stops in July, it picks up again in September. It's just all about variation for a short time. But when we now have it for a period of at least 30 years, climate science, we normally have that now to be climate change. However, what we are experiencing now is a result of what have taken place years ago. So the flooding in Bono this year is not because of the activities, it's not because of the activities we just did last year. It's as a result of accumulated human activities over the years. And we can try to have a picture of it this way. We are cutting down trees. We have established that when the vegetation cover is removed, it has implication for the water that will percolate, and it has implication for the runoff. So we have cut down the trees. So the amount of water that's supposed to go down do not go because we have now concretized everything. So the runoff again will not easily go because we have blocked the river channels by some other activities. So water needs to find its way. When it will not, we come back and then the river banks will move up, and that is what we are now having as a repercussion. So we should get it that the effects that we are having today is as a result of this behavior, the greediness of human beings, as happened some years back. We have also established in this conversation today that the amount of carbon we have in the atmosphere that we are releasing as human from all our activities, our agricultural practices, the burning of fossil fuel, industrial emissions, all these are going back to the atmosphere. But because we have removed the vegetation cover, they're supposed to absorb those things. That's where there is trouble. In the little integrated sciences, you remember that we breathe out carbon dioxide. What we are breathing out, and all the other ones that are coming from our vehicles, from all other emissions, supposed to be absorbed by the plants, but we have removed the plants. It then means that the carbon has nowhere to go. This carbon mixing together with other atmospheric gases, especially nitrogen, is why we now have the trouble. So the simple way of explaining it to a layman would be that the trouble we are having is because the amount of the carbon that we are emitting are not necessarily being absorbed by the plant because the vegetation cover are reduced. And also the amount of the carbon that's supposed to be in the ocean are not also the same again. Don't forget that from the one of the videos we saw here today, the aquatic animals are also affected. The amount of heat that is in the ocean now has also increased. So when you combine all this together, you will realize that the nature is perfect. It's just our misbehavior and our misdeeds as humans that has brought us to where we are. So what do we do to reduce all this? Number one is that we should have what I always call environmental stewardship. Even though God has created us to be the super being, when Professor Akibobola was presenting, said God said, give birth to so many children and dominate and have dominion over this, over that. That is the fantastic responsibility God has given to us. And that responsibility of us controlling, managing, taking care is actually to become stewards of environmental resources. So in stewardship, you are to take care of those resources, having a consciousness that you will still need to tomorrow. Generations unborn will still need tomorrow, will need it tomorrow. And that's where sustainability will not come into being. The second thing we need to do is what I would call behavioral shift. We will need to press a reset on the way we behave to the environment, the way we pollute, the way we destroy environment. We need to press a reset and behave well. If we don't change, we don't still know another disaster that will come. About 2 weeks ago, I was in Lagos and I saw amazing things in a particular street. It's an open drainage system, but everywhere is blocked. So when it rains, the whole place will be flooded. That's not climate change. It's just because they have dumped refuse in the channel, in the drainages, and so what will be the result? So we should have behavioral shift. And lastly, climate literacy should continue. And not just conversation we are having here, in our primary school, in our secondary schools, To the market women, the campaign should continue, advocacy should continue, and as we do that, more people will be informed of a better way to live. In my house, we were trying to change to, those of us that are staying in university quarters, they are Akebaje. I don't know the English of Akebaje. We are spoiled in a way. So, but we needed to now change to converter and all these things in the house. So the guy that came to install it just said, "Hey, Prof, come. You're using 15 amps, this one." And when he calculated everything, he said, "You are the one consuming most." And all because we wanted prepared, the university will not give us prepared. They don't say all of us, this is the flat rate. So I wasn't comfortable. I said, "No, let's look for a way out." And in looking for a way out, I discovered that the type of bulbs that we are using were even not economic friendly in terms of energy consumption. And so we press reset, and then we change all the bulb to the ones that are energy saver. Now we had 2 watts. I said, "Hey, at least we can still see with it stuff. No wahala." So these are part of the behavior we will need to change to. And as we do that, gradually the effort from you and I coming together, to be honest, and be able to address the impacts of climate change. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. In addition to what you have presented, for us to clarify what global warming and climate change. Well, global warming is synonymous to temperature, which is also a driver. Without, there's what we call pressure gradient. If the energy we receive from the sun is safe, there won't be wind. Pressure gradient means it is energy that creates the gradient. So wind will blow from the high pressure bed to a low pressure bed. So temperature plays a major role. It's a major aspect of climate change. Let's look at humidity. There are different ways of estimating humidity in the atmosphere. We have mixing ratio, we have a lot, but the major one we stick to is relative humidity. And all these things are varying. There's relationship between relative humidity and temperature. There's relationship between relative humidity and rainfall. That is why at times you see clouds, you'll be expecting rainfall. Rain will not fall. It will be dissipated because the optimum humidity, the optimum temperature is not right. So if the temperature is unnecessarily high, that will not fall. So all these variables, we call them climatic or meteorological variables. When we aggregate them and there is shift, that's climate change. But when we leave it alone to temperature, we call it global warming. Thank you.
Thank you. So this is just a quick reminder to all our virtual guests that they can send their questions in, and those questions will be attended to during the poll session. So just a reminder to the virtual audience that they can send their questions in so that the experts can respond to them. So still on the topic of high temperatures or heat, NOIPolls had conducted a heat wave survey some years ago, I think in the month of April, and that survey showed that 80% of Nigerians nationwide acknowledged an increase in heat or rise in temperature levels. I'm directing this question now to Dr. Bashir. The same survey cited fatigue or tiredness by as many as 30% of the respondents, headaches by 29% of respondents, rashes by 24%, dehydration by 21%, among others, as common consequences suffered by Nigerians because of the improving heat wave. And we also saw today too that from the Times on Climate Change survey reports that 63% of Nigerians, as many as 63%, consider annual temperature to have gotten warmer over the past 5 years. Dr. Bashir, what are some of the health implications of global warming? And do you agree? I would say, do you agree with some of the responses as fatigue, tiredness, headaches, rashes, dehydration? And as an add-on, would you also include, or does it have any?
Okay, sorry, I hope I got your question correctly. The health effects of global warming, and I didn't get the last part.
Yes, and if there are any effects on productivity at work, for example, for the labor force.
Okay, all right, I got you. Okay, I mean, so generally speaking, and like I heard the professor correctly talking about greenhouse gases, and so I was already pondering about some of the health effects of this greenhouse gases. So, and quite a couple of them that we can quickly relate with. Carbon dioxide is something that in regular or in normal amounts within the atmosphere, it's not very harmful. But because we burn fossil fuels, coal, and then also, as we talked about, deforestation, the absence of those plants within the atmosphere reduces the amount of carbon dioxide that we get, because they they take in what we exhale, normally. So when those plants are not there, there are health effects that come with that. There are heat-related illnesses as a result of rising global temperatures. It will increase in the frequency of heat waves that we've experienced in some part of the country. Abuja is a very classic example. A couple of years back, Abuja has not been known to be as hot as it has been in recent times. So heat waves are some of those health effects, which would in turn cause heat exhaustion, heat stroke, dehydration, and some heart-related problems. There's also been noted to be an increase as a result of this emissions. There is increase in respiratory illnesses. It worsens conditions like asthma and sometimes some other chronic obstructive airway diseases. Then there are other gases also that have an indirect effect, which also still cause some of these respiratory problems, like methane is a very common example, and a source of it is some of the agricultural practices, livestock production, from landfills and things like that. Nitrous oxide is also something that is also common as one of the greenhouse gases. And again, the health effects are quite similar to that of carbon dioxide and also methane. They cause a lot of respiratory illnesses. And in terms of productivity, yes. So there's a concept called eco-anxiety, which the United Nations have started talking about quite recently, which is very common with a lot of young people. It stresses the mental effects, the mental health effect that climate change is currently having. People have a lot of post-traumatic stress disorders that happen. For instance, like we've been discussing, what has happened and what's currently happening in Maiduguri, for instance. It significantly affects the health of the public, but it increases the prevalence of diseases such as malaria and some waterborne diseases like cholera, like we've had an outbreak in the last couple of months. So definitely things like this would affect people's productivity. It can affect food production, for instance. So if a farmer, for instance, who has spent the whole of the summer and the early part of the rains cultivating his crops, all of a sudden flood happens and wipes away his entire farm, we also should not forget what it does to people and vulnerable populations like children and the elderly. Once food is affected, it affects people. It can cause also malnutrition, which are all these things that we need to really talk about. So, yeah, the productivity aspect of it, it's more. I mean, it's a little bit of it's very diverse. We can talk about it in several aspects, but more importantly, I would like to even emphasize more about the mental health effect of it, because that is an intangible crisis that people can't feel, you can't touch it, but it affects people. Even just knowing that your relative or your family who live in faraway Maiduguri have issues can even affect you, even though it's not directly, it can affect your work in Abuja, for instance. So it's something that we cannot talk about enough. Of course, to mitigate some of these effects, there must be an investment in strengthening the healthcare system, improving not just the early warning systems for the flooding itself, but also improving the early warning signs that we have that that could occur from outbreak of diseases during and post flooding, disease surveillance, and also trying to build a climate resilient healthcare infrastructure, particularly in vulnerable areas where some of these climate change effects are very prone. Thank you. Over.
Thank you very much. Formally, before this increasing temperature, when you are traveling to the temperate, they will tell you to buy your malaria drug, because they don't sell malaria drug in the UK, in the temperate, because you don't have mosquito there. Mosquito cannot exist if the temperature is less than 18 degrees. And if the temperature is also more than 40 something or so, they cannot exist. That is why if you go to Niger, you see some cases. Imagine we carried out a research. Despite the population of people in Kano and in Akure, we discovered that we have more malaria cases reported, because if the humidity is less than 60 degrees and the temperature is around 28, it's a good breeding ground. So we are going to have more of that. So even cerebral spinal meningitis that used to take with you, if the humidity is more than 40, you may not have the cases. And if the humidity is less than that, so which is very common in the northern part, over 11 degrees north. So you will discover that we have much more cases there than the southern part. So the issue of climate change on Earth is very serious. Now, if you go to Cape Town, southern Nigeria, formerly if you go there, you won't see all these mosquitoes, but now you begin to see a big one now. That means the environment is gradually, the malaria bed is gradually expanding as a result of climate. And again, greenhouse gases, they are widely, but at the same time, without greenhouse gases, we cannot be on Earth. This place will be too cold for us. So it is the greenhouse gases that hold on to the heat, keep it within the atmosphere.
Thank you very much, sir. So my next question has or is related to international relations, and I'll direct it to Dr. Bassi. So I often wonder, since Nigeria is not a major contributor to greenhouse gases or greenhouse gas emissions, why, for example, did we have such a large delegation go to COP28? And maybe more importantly too, how successful and effective have multilateral agreements like the Kyoto Protocol and Paris Agreement, how have they been in reducing and attempting to reverse the harmful effects of climate change.
Thank you. For the last education, I think I may not have an answer to it. Now, for the multilateral agreement, the issue around the success of the conversations in Conference of Parties and other climate change conferences has been a case of international politics. I mean, if you like to put it that way. So, dated back, when Walter Rodney wrote a book in 1972, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. I think that was the same year the Stockholm Conference about 1972 was held. And in that Stockholm Conference, there was kind of stalemate in the conversation between the global North and the global South. So these guys came, the big guys, the US, the Russia, and the China. So they were of the opinion that because of our poverty, we were responsible for climate change, and that's because we have done a lot of damage to our forests. Because we are poor, our main source of cooking energy happens to be firewood. So in that case, we have to be involved in climate change financing. So the global South now kick against with the developing and underdeveloped countries were like, that shouldn't be the case. That you are the one responsible for climate change because you have been hugely industrialized. So for we are looking for this economic development. Help us to be industrialized first. Then we can now talk about the contribution, finance contribution to climate change. So that's been really see the light of the day. When Kyoto Protocol came and other conferences, now China, for instance, I'm going to tell the US, because US has been failing to ratify treaties. We saw what happened in Paris agreement where Donald Trump pulled out. And that is why, for me, I feel if Donald Trump becomes the next president, the outlook of climate change fight will change. And because it calls climate change box, that it doesn't exist. So all the treaties that they have made. So if it fails to ratify, as we stand, they produce 51% of the oil and gas production, much more than the Saudi and Russia. So when you do that, it means you are the greatest emitter of these carbons. So, and yet they are not ratifying. So there came an issue of common but differentiated interest in fighting climate change. They were categorized as Annex 1 countries, and we are not Annex 1 countries. Okay, we have common interest, but differentiated responsibility. Can you contribute more to climate change financing, and then we do less? The whole conversation today, the slogan for the next COP is solidarity and in fighting this. So there hasn't been climate justice if you take these two sides together, the global South and the global North. So for me, I feel that we should now look inward, not believing that we can access this climate finance from the developed countries, because they know what they are doing. The Chinese have not cut down their carbon, though they have announced that, okay, they are into clean energy. By next year, there will be a cut down. The US have not done that. The Russians have not done that. So they are fighting among themselves, and then we are getting the heat. Now, why are we affected? Because it's a global environmental issue. So you might be doing this thing outside here, and then it will affect us here. So my own way of looking at it this way is that, okay, we have to think inward. We have to localize our own solution. For instance, I think the NOI will have to start the housekeeping with the NOI school. There's a reason I brought this thing here. So if we keep doing like this, if you hold this conference maybe 3 times a year, you know the amount of this thing that will be later, and this takes about 500 years to decay, and this thing can travel unexpectedly. So now, if you have this, and then you put it on a landfill. You have the methane that will also contribute to what we are talking about. And then the soil infertility can also arise from it. So my own opinion is that the hypermarkets, the malls that we have around us, can we look for a way of taxing them if they must keep on using nylons to package what we buy from the malls? Can we tax them, a kind of environmental tax, except you want to produce things that are biodegradable for packaging? And then there's what is also in vogue now, extended producer responsibility to a circular economy approach. Those guys who have produced like the bottled water, the Nestle, the Aquafina, the LA, they should be involved in the cycle of production and consumption. So let them go, and even if it means making additions to it, we don't want to see Nestle water empty one. So we encourage reuse of this bottle, because if you want to go into recycling also has it requires maybe heating. So you are also emitting the cost of recycling. Maybe you reduce maybe 40 to 50% in doing so. So if there is that extended producer responsibility, and then we tax people who are responsible for packaging what we buy from greener, I think we will begin to think inward rather than relying on climate change financing from the World Bank. So that's my position. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So there is a concept in international relations that is colloquially described as taking away the ladder of development. What it means is that when the first world countries ascend the ladder of development, specifically through industrialization, they now turn around and say that global south countries should not use that same ladder, and then they use climate change as a pretext for essentially proposing policies that will keep African populations or global south populations in intergenerational poverty. Because for us, from our point of view, both as Nigeria and as Africa, you cannot lift our population out of poverty without industrialization. It is industry that creates jobs. Those jobs will be on a scale that can absorb the numbers of young people that we have. So we need industry. But the apparent, well, if you want to be harsh, problems of the global conversation around climate change is that African countries account for a very negligible percentage of the emissions. The countries of the global north, who, because of the industrialization, created the problem, now turn around and say, well, you can't use this same approach because it will spoil the environment. And well, of course, our own response to that is, but when we were doing it, we didn't realize it was spoiling the environment. We need to industrialize, and we need to get ourselves or lift people, our own people, out of poverty. So that's why the federal government's core approach in the last 4 or 5 years has been centered around the National Energy Transition Plan, specifically just energy transition, which is what we call it. So the simple argument of just energy transition is this, that you cannot say to all African countries to simply transit to renewables, that that's not useful because we cannot afford it. And because of our population, we cannot afford it at scale. So for us, our strategy is to say, look, we have abundant reserves of natural gas. We can use natural gas as our transition fuel because our goal is that by 2060, we will achieve net zero status. So, but rather than jumping from where we are now, crude oil, to renewables, why don't we invest in gas? Harness our natural gas reserves, use that to power industrialization and all of that. And then when we've gotten to that level, that point of readiness, then we can now begin to do renewables. Now that's the path that China took. The reason why China can produce, I think at this moment, China is probably the world's largest producer of solar panels. is because it built industrial capacity. So if you want to lift people out of poverty, then you have to industrialize. And the reason why this is important is because a lot of the things were identified as either drivers or consequences or accelerants of climate change are actually symptomatic of poverty. Energy poverty is the reason why people cut trees. Predominantly, tree cutting, firewood is not even about commercial anything, it's about domestic subsistence. It's why more women and girls are exposed to smoke inhalation because they are the ones that are poor, right? So if you're talking of lifting people out of poverty, in fact, the number one climate change strategy is actually to industrialize and lift your people out of poverty. That's what it is. Then you find that you build the industrial capacity to do certain things. China is also either the first or the second largest producer now of EV, electric vehicles. Again, you cannot do that if you have not prior built industrial capacity. So these are the ways in which, for us, in the context of international relations, the context of the global conversations around the power politics and the geopolitics of this is the way that Africans must think. And it is the way that Nigerians, as far as our own policy of just transition is concerned, it is the way we are thinking, that we cannot sacrifice our industrial aspirations on the altars of climate change, a catastrophe that you did not cause, that even at this moment, you are still not the one causing, proportionally speaking. You are still not the one causing it, right? So I think that it's important that we also take that so that we don't find ourselves condemning ourselves to impoverishment on an intergenerational scale. And we think that we are doing it because we are trying to comply with something, some standard that has been set for us elsewhere. We must frame our terms of engagement with the world, not the other way around. Thank you.
A very strong points made there. About a year or so ago, I was involved in farmer headers project, where I traveled to. I worked in Delta State. So I'm trying to set up some context here. The main reason that's often cited for farmer headers conflicts is scarce resources in the north, and makes the headers go to the south for greener pastures. Now, back then, there were intervention projects that helped set up mediation committees. I'm directing this question now to Dr. Chris, who was the last speaker. That helped set up mediation committees between the headers, who were like the visitors, and farmers, who were the locals. And it helped ensure that the conflicts, many of those conflicts, did not degenerate into a crisis. But shortly after funding for some of those programs, and this happened in Delta States, Taraba, Benue, and National State, at least one of these programs that I'm aware of. Shortly after funding for those projects dried up, there was no sustainability in an effort that was considered to be doing some good. So I guess the question is, what can be done to ensure sustainability for some of these good endeavors? The mediation committees that existed then also serve in some way as an early warning system, because by the time conflict is brewing, it comes up at those meetings before it escalates into or degenerates into something else. So, in your view, with your experience in early warning systems, what can be done to sustain some of these endeavors, useful endeavors?
When we talk about farmer-herder conflicts are one of those concepts that again have been stretched and they become an umbrella term. So not everything that happens is a farmer-herder conflict. And then in the true sense of the term conflict, some of the things we are dealing with are just criminality. Some of it is terrorism, some of it is banditry,
We have to be able to disaggregate. The second thing is that funded programs of the sort that you're referring to are not really, how shall I put this? They are good in the short term, but they are like a band-aid, right? They are not a permanent solution. The reason why NGOs step in is because governance at the local level has collapsed. Previously, and when I say previously, I mean 4 decades ago, 5 decades ago, and beyond, the conflicts between farmers and herders were mediated by traditional rulers in many places. So in northern Nigeria, for example, the traditional rulers had powers of taxation for cattle. So there were cattle taxes that were administered by traditional rulers. Those powers were subsequently taken away from the traditional rulers. Now, what taxation did, the power of tax, what it does is that it gives you, as a traditional ruler, the incentive to monitor how many herders and how many herd of cattle have come into your domain, because that's the only way you can tax them. So you can't have efficient taxation with efficient administration. They go together. But when that power was taken away from the traditional rulers now hand-stuffed the administration because there was no incentive to do it. And the herders themselves became alienated completely, where before they were the recipients or clients of extension services, technical support, veterinary support, ways in which local governments and traditional institutions were helping them even tend their cattle better. All of that disappeared. Now, in theory, what should have happened was that if that power was taken away from traditional rulers, it should have passed to local governments. But instead of passing to local governments, it was left in limbo, and the local government themselves have collapsed, right? Strangulated by state governments. So what happens is that you have a vacuum, and in that vacuum, that is where farmers and herders exist. If you go to a rural community, you don't see any evidence of government in rural communities. There's no presence of government, and to be sure, it is not the presence of the federal government I'm talking about, it's the presence of local government. Because in the Land Use Act, non-urban lands are actually the preserve of local governments. If you look at the Local Government Acts, or even rather the Constitution, you'll be amazed at the number of things that are within the jurisdiction of local governments. We often think that it's either the federal or the state. But something like primary health care, basic education, garbage disposal, a lot of things that actually have impacts on our environment are actually in the purview of local government. So to come to your question as to why those programs don't last, they cannot last because by design, they are not sustainable. They cannot be a substitute for what governance should be. So rather than saying if you have a 3-year program or an 18-month program, right? If the 18-month program expires or lapses, the funder pulls out the funds and moves elsewhere. You can't run a country like that. That's just a short-term measure. This is ultimately an issue of governance. And by governance, I mean specifically the restoration of local governance, which is why I'm quite happy about this move towards local government autonomy, because I think that if we build capacity at that level, we'll be able to deal with a lot of these issues. Some of them are law enforcement, some of them are security. The reason why they degenerate into conflict is because both communities have lost faith in government. So they have to take the laws into their own hands. On one side, either to protect their cattle, or on the other hand, to attack those that trespass on their farms, and all of that. But the last thing I will say is, just generally speaking, in broad terms, because this has to do with development, I think that a fundamental problem is that too much of our population lives off of the land in Nigeria. And what I mean is this: we say agriculture is the largest employer, the biggest employer. Now, in the US, for example, it is about 4%, between 3 and 4% of the population that are engaged in agriculture.
they outproduce Africa, right? So the volume of agricultural productivity actually has nothing to do with how many people are involved in it. What you see is the product of the extent to which agricultural processes have been industrialized. If they are industrialized, their productivity can be amplified by several orders of magnitude. So when you look at the top, the most advanced economies, you'll find that most of them, the quantum of the population doing agriculture, that depend on land for their subsistence, or rather economic activity, is less than 10%, less than, right? But in Nigeria, you come to Nigeria, you start hearing that 40% of the people, 50%, very outrageous figures. And we keep saying things like, oh, everybody go back to the farm. If everybody goes back to the farm, we will have conflicts. Because remember, the quantum of arable land available is also shrinking. I hope you understand what I mean. So now what it means is that your population is rising because you are not industrialized to create opportunities that can take in those people. You're saying to them, go back to the farm. More people are going back. They are competing over a resource that is getting scarce. In each generation, it's getting more and more scarce. So you will have conflict. So just broadly speaking, an aim for our government, or as a people we should have, is that if we want to lift people out of poverty, it will not involve telling everybody to go and farm. That is not how it works. You need to look more at investing at agro-industrial expansion, being able to raise the productivity levels of our farmers. And in any case, you know that much of our country, they are made up of smallholder farmers, right? Smallholder farmers plus rain-fed agriculture. You cannot get food security with that. Rain-fed agriculture will not give you food security. On a basic level, it's why sometimes you have fruit, sometimes you don't have them. Even the price inflation of tomatoes is related to the fact that it is seasonal. And now you have more mouths that want that. And the tomato belt is in places that are insecure. So we have to combine all of these things. But I think the summary of the situation for me is that beyond the talk of governance, strengthening local governance, we must recognize that if you have a high population of smallholder farmers who are dependent on rain-fed agriculture, you're not going to produce much to start with, right? Comparatively speaking, you're not going to be able to produce much. So we need to now begin to think of how do we amplify productivity? How do we really scale up? And that's why I keep referring to agro-industrial expansion. That's what I meant to say. Thank you.
Excuse me, just to add to it, not just only in agriculture, nearly all sectors of our lives as Nigerians, that we don't go beyond experimentation. The kind of initiatives you have referred to are like experimentation, and we fail to sustain it because the resources and capacity to sustain it are not actually on ground. I'm involved in a kind of assessments on this energy transition that we are talking about. And when we finish the assessments, we discovered that none of the projects submitted from Nigerian universities could meet up. So one of the journalists that were there during the press conference said that with over 200 universities in Nigeria, you mean no project from Nigeria who meets up with the criteria that all these judges have assessed. But the issue is that we weren't looking for projects that are within the laboratory. We are looking at the scalability and the impacts on the general populace. So the kind of initiatives you have referred to are just laboratory experiments. But we couldn't scale up because the capacity to do that are not in place. And one of the capacity issues is the issue of governance. Go around, you see a lot of mini water schemes. In fact, we get international award that, oh, you have provided this water for this community. But beyond that community of 5,000 population, can we take that up? Those are the challenges we have. So until we wake up as a country to see it that infrastructure development, industrialization is not a joke. It's something we will have to have a plan for as a nation that we will walk through it. It doesn't matter the regime, it doesn't matter the party that is in government, but that we have a national plan that we are following through. Not just that I will start something and tomorrow when I'm no more in government, that will be abandoned and something else will crop up. We cannot continue like that and think we will develop as a country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So this is just another reminder to our virtual attendees that they can send their questions in and we'll be picking up in the group session. I'll continue asking some questions, hoping that we'll get feedback from the virtual attendees so that they are also part of this engagement process. So, ma'am, during your presentation, you had talked about vulnerable groups. How can Nigeria ensure that climate adaptation strategies are inclusive and protect vulnerable groups such as women, youth, and the internally displaced persons who are disproportionately affected by climate change?
Thank you very much. In my presentation, I made mention of the co-production of knowledge. It means that from the beginning of identifying the problem, they should be part of the conversation. A project was done by Waterheads. Waterhead is a UK-based NGO, and they got to that particular community. They discovered they do not have water, so they just give them this hand pump water services, and then they cut tape. Normally they will cut tape, they will clap, and after a year, they went back there for monitoring to be sure whether the project is being used. It was discovered that the community weren't using the projects. So they made an inquiry. And the people said, yes, we needed water, but you don't ask us where we want the location to be. That each time our children will go and look for water, that is the opportunity for husband and have to have conjugal bliss. Now we put the water in front of the compound. Husband and wives do not do conjugal bliss again. And that's why we lock up the water project and we say, children, continue to trek to go and do that. And also for the children, they said each time they go outside to go and fetch water, it's an opportunity to play. Do you see that? So, if they were doing the projects, they were planning for them, not with them. So, it means that from the assessment of even the risk, this vulnerable should be part of the conversation. And it is then that you'll be able to know that, oh, this is what they want, this is how they want it to be done. But if we just close our eyes and we drop everything for them, no matter spend money and energy, but it will not really be effective at the end of the day. Thank you.
Okay, so to add to that, she has touched a very important part, which is community engagement, and that's where advocacy comes in. So when you are, when I also saw the NY poll or the survey, so I also encourage the organization to go deep and also have targeted respondents, then look at the vulnerables and also see what they experience differently. So when you do the need assessment, the vulnerability assessment, and then incorporate the vulnerables, so you will be well informed in taking your decision. Now there's a tool now developed by the United Nations Habitat. It is called CTRAP, a Resilient Action Plan. So what that tool does is to engage the vulnerable populations and then get information about the local environment, because it is their environment, they should know better than they are, then you involve them in the planning. So when you look at the city wrap, some of them also do the design for themselves. It's just like a client that seeks for the professional touch of an architect. So an architect does not actually design a plan for us, but what he does is the embellishment and putting the finesse. But you are the one to tell the architect that needs 3-bedroom flats, 4-bedroom flats, so he will know what to do to achieve ventilation or cross ventilation, if you like, and the lighting. So in the case of the vulnerable population, they are best informed in telling you what they need and what they have been experiencing. So that city wrap is also a very fine tool to get the community involved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think our time is fast spent, but we'll just take concluding remarks, hopefully not more than 60 seconds. I don't know who would like to go first. Okay.
Well, now we know that climate change is real. Therefore, we are supposed to engage ourselves in things that will not enhance, climate change. And all the discussion we have had here, I want us to go back and implement them. It is very, very important. Thank you very much.
It has also been established that deforestation is the high-ranking factor or driver for the climate change for us here. Looking at the two distinct forests in the world, that is the Amazon basin and the Congo basin, they are well protected to an extent. So just like one of the speakers said, so if we can get our forests protected, and then also the town planners too should also be encouraged to take a paradigm shift when it comes to plan approval. We can now begin to check how many number of trees you need to plant alongside your building. If it is a 500 square meters plus, can you give us 4 to 5 trees? If it is a 1,000 square meter, can you give us 10, depending on the uses, whether it is commercial, residential, or industrial. So that can also help us for the trees to sink more carbon. Thank you very much.
My conclusion remarks would be that we should act right. Whatever we do, and our dealings with the environment and our fellow human beings act right. That is justice. That is fairness.
I think what my final remark would be that it's important to be very intentional about how we frame the conversation around climate change in our own country. Because climate change has both a generic meaning, but it also has specific meanings in different places. And we must locate it within our own experience, within our own history, within our own trajectory as a country where we are. We are 64 years old. There are countries that are 300 years old, 700 years old, industrialized beyond our reach. We are not in the same class. We are not having the same conversation. So we must think of ourselves in terms of our own needs. Netherlands is a country almost entirely below sea level. It has engineered its environment to work for it. And I stress this because every time a dam is structurally compromised, or you have a flooding incident that is manifestly because we've not built drainage systems, even in places below sea level in our country, we start talking about climate change. I find those references unknowingly diversionary. And you will not get performance from the authorities if you don't frame the conversation rightly. Because you can't blame anybody for climate change. I mean, you can blame God, but you can't do anything about that. But when you say this is about engineering, it's about infrastructure, it's about holding people accountable for maintaining critical infrastructure, that changes things considerably. The second thing is that we must recognize the multidimensionality of climate change. So Dr. Bashir, I think he talked about the population and what you can do in terms of population reduction. We can't achieve population reduction, by going for population reduction. To bring down population reduction, you have to improve child mortality indices. The reason why many people have many children is because they are trying to hedge against child mortality. I will have 10 children because I'm convinced that 5 of them will die. So it's even in our local languages. It's why we have a name like Kashimawo. That's what it means. Let us wait and see if we will live. So you must understand, and there's a variant of it in Igbo as well. So what I'm trying to say is that this is a conversation about development. It's not about clouds and sunlight. Those are just plots. It's about our development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This has been an enlightening and enriching session. I know I've also taken a lot, and I believe for the audience too, to say that there has been many takeaways. Thank you so much. I'm grateful.
All right, it has been a very, very long day. I want to apologize to everyone for keeping us this long. It wasn't actually intended, but I guess the conversation was quite interesting, especially for the experts. So thank you all for taking the time out to be here, and we're sorry for holding you down this long. I don't know if we have any questions. I'm not sure. Is there anyone that has any questions? Okay, so it looks like everybody wants to go have lunch. I want to go have lunch. All right, I've been standing the whole day. So I want to say thank you very much to every single person that made it here. We had our researchers all came from out of town, and they are all going to be going back soon. So wish you all a safe trip back to Ibadan, to Akure, and to Jos. And for our panelists, fantastic. Thank you so much. You guys made this thing worth the while for us. If not, we would have just been here, and it probably would have been me and Dr. Chike talking to ourselves. And I want to thank the moderator also. Also, we have in the house our Director of Finance. He's always hiding at the back. Mr. Christian Obi, can you please just wave your hands for him? Thank you. A lot of our key staff are not here today. They are all on field work. Some of them who are not on field work are probably leaving anytime soon. So they actually can't be here. Like, you know, this is a research and polling organization, and we have a 50-man polling center just directly above us here. So what we do majorly is polling and field research. So for those of you who are into research and things like that, please, let's have a conversation. We'd like to do business with you. Please bring the money, bring the projects. We are not an NGO. People keep saying, oh, you're an NGO, you get grants. Please, we are a profit-making organizations. Bring the money. We need to maintain this building. I'm sure it looks good. Yeah. All right, so this is me selling markets, and I'm sure my Director of Finance is really happy with me, and that's good news. All right, I want to say thank you to everyone who has made time out to be here. We're going to be having lunch upstairs, so you just go upstairs and there's a package for lunch so that we can all go home. We hope that the next time when we call you, you will all be here. Please, if you know you didn't write your email addresses properly, we'd like you to go back to the reception and write it properly so we can send you all the materials from this event. We'd like to send all of it to you. And we'll still have a few media people who would like to talk to you. If you're ready to have a conversation with them, you're very glad to have a conversation with you. So on behalf of everyone here, I want to say a very big thank you to everyone for making it here. Have a safe trip back. Is Dr. Chike around? Okay, so I'll just call on Dr. Chike to just give a very short closing remark, and we'll take a group photograph so that you all I usually don't get into picture, but today I will get into this picture. So we'll get Dr. Chike to do the closing remark and we're out. We hope Dr. Chris is enjoying. We'd like to have a picture with you. Thank you. All right. All right. All right, Dr.
Thanks, Ned. I think we I think we spent a lot of time really talking about climate change, and I think we've established that it is a topical issue that we need to address. And I think one of the things that really stood out for me is the fact that it's a collective effort. Everybody has to play their own role at their own point as much as you can. And like Dr. Chris said, we can't rely on the global narrative in being able to drive how we tackle climate change in our country. We have to look at our own context, look at our own peculiar situations and come up with solutions that are, one, practicable within our own situation, solutions that we can sustain by ourselves, and solutions that we can drive that doesn't really hamper and keep us in the same place that we are in. I don't want to spend everybody's time again rehashing what has been said, but it was really a fantastic panel. My gratitude to our teachers that worked on the papers that we looked at, and for panelists. I mean, I think it was really insightful. We learned a lot, and for people that join online, we are grateful for your presence. We hope we take the things that we learned here forward and be able to push wherever we find ourselves, the importance of us trying to contribute towards reducing the effects of climate change. Thank you.
Please do photograph. Yes, he has it. Please, let's, in 1 minute, let's just all come together and take a group photograph. Please, I know we have representatives from the Ministry of Environment, we have representatives from the National. Oh, please just gather around. From the SDSN Nigeria, we have representatives from NIMET, from UNAP, CC, Nasria. Please, let's all come together. All right, please, every other person join them. Can we hurry up, please, so we can leave?